One shot taking a couple of early casualties means that this round feels like it's over already. Lost almost getting taken out as well. Nice! Somehow wins out against Maeve. That's going to be worth a whole ton. Freeze. Going to cover the same area. I think One Shot realized that opportunity is knocking here. Good HE grenade. But I think it did get blocked by the wall ultimately. Freeze. Holds ground at A. One Shot have nowhere to go but forward into the guns of alternate attacks. Up now to 12. And with a so far unbeaten streak on their CT half. Nicely done. We did not know what to expect coming into Overpass, but apparently alternate attacks have been practicing. And this could end up ultimately being a strong map for them going forward from this point. One shot. There's pistols this time round. Sky gonna scout a little bit. And I think they were wise to do so. One shot gonna be coming in at speed, taking up positions on the B site. Get the first kill as well. Oh my lord! One shot getting cleaned up. It's such a strong start for them. Lost does get a kill back, but ultimately, alternate attacks, they keep on trucking. They're up to 13. I expect we're going to be seeing One Shot spending some of that cash. Yes, AKs across the board, utility as well. Do or die time for One Shot. They got what it takes to break this momentum. Alternate attacks, 4 in a row. Before that, they had 4 out of the 5 last rounds. They have been on a pretty good streak. We'll see. Yeah, winning 12 out of the last 14 rounds, if I do my maths correctly. Alternate attacks certainly have made quite a comeback from the beginning of the game, as One Shot will get and sneak out a kill onto Sky. Alternate attacks still there to meet them, smoke out onto Monster. Freeze keeps their cool. Drops down a nice molly as well to keep the distance. It's going to be a boost attempt from Fader to scout around, but Lost the F is exploded, and therefore the boost goes as well. Sam around the corner wasn't expecting FPS to be quite that aggressive. Sonics gives their position away, 2 versus 3. Alternate attacks, they've still got a member over A, so 2v2 in the immediate. There we go. Orzek with the triple. Continues to impress. Alright, well, our Pinnacle match odds are starting to look a little different than what we started from. Again, I don't think alternate attacks were really being represented by their stats very well at all. We're so early on in the season, and unfortunately, we've only got stats to go off of for the most part. We don't know what they've been doing in the intervening time. But whatever it's doing, whatever they have been doing, it's working. Orzek following up Maeve's initial kill. Tears One Shot to pieces. Lost does get 1 back. But Maeve is still holding ground. It is gone. And Lost is out of there as well. Maeve with the 3k. Alternate attacks, they continue their path of domination up to 15. Undefeated in this half. And with a huge, very dominant back half of the first half. All started from an Orzek 4k. And now it's a Maeve 3k that's gotten us this far. I'm a big fan, of course, of the Omega boost. Video fishing. Nobody's biting this time, though. Nobody in heaven. But I like the attempt. Oh, unless, of course, Freeze comes around and finds you building a totem pole. Wow. A bold play, but it works out super well. Lost removed from the field, one of their strongest performing members. And half of Fadet's health gone as well. What a disaster. I thought that was basically a strategy that didn't really have too much of a downside, but I suppose if your opposition is pushing into your territory, then you suddenly start to feel like maybe it's not such a good idea to put yourself into such a vulnerable position. FPS does win out the trade. As we are in Org City. Wreck, last one standing with your... and the bomb. Gonna be making their moves around. Hoping to sneak past the aTTaX defenders, and I think they are gonna do that. Maeve might run across them. Yes, they see each other during their transition. The big decision point for Greg is, do they go forward or into the ground? aTTaX, from being massive underdogs on paper, have proven the value of paper to be almost as much as we expected. Gentle friends, we shall return after the break for round number 2 between aTTaX and One Shot. We hope to see you there. series number 3. We are in our second series of the day. And one shot. I've been a little bit upset by the first game going to aTTaX, who had a pretty diabolical performance in tournaments recently, so we didn't expect much from them at all. But instead, it was Orzek locking down 29 kills in that previous game that really brought them across the line. Zen and Free is also doing some very good work as well. One shot, it was not a game they want to remember for a while, as Maeve picks up the first kill of this game. There was really just nothing good going on for one shot in the previous one, especially towards the end. It's the round going so far the way of our team in blue, as Maeve grabs another one. Very nicely done. One shot, they're scrambling to find a purchase on this round, and they do manage to take down Freeze. That's worth quite a lot. I don't think Zen was quite expecting that. As the rest of aTTaX, they should have the ability to take this one back. But watch out for Greg. Takes down Maeve, and wow, this round has gone really strange compared to where it was before. Gets the final kills through and gets the defuse. Orzek! Woo! That was a hell of a round. aTTaX, by a hair's breadth, take that one. As was being discussed in the Twitch chat, this is not a good map at all for aTTaX, especially compared to the 90% win rate one shot has here. I mean, certainly getting the pistol round is going to help quite a lot. You're going to be seeing the shotty coming out for Zen. One shot going to force into this round with 3 Galils, thanks to the amount of kills I got last time round. Let's see if Zen can farm up some serious money by going face to face. Keep your eye out for them, number 2. Looking for a shotgun wedding. Greg is in close quarters with Zen, as Freeze comes up the stairs, finds Fader in the back, pushes their luck even further, and gets another kill. Tonics on the inside does do some nice work, but Maeve and the rest of the aTTaX squad are closing in. The plan is good. One Galil left for one shot to play with. Good smoke off onto that member. His FPS has to make it happen. Everyone's stacking up. Nice long range throw onto the site itself. Will draw attention up there as a Maeve goes across the rafters. Greg cannot get sight of what is going on. They do find Freeze. And no! They find Maeve as well, but Orzek comes through clutch with a single point of HP. aTTaX, these wins are not pretty, but they are getting them there. Oh no! Of course! How foolish of me, I forgot that the bomb was ticking this whole time, so it's one shot getting the round back. All the kills in all the world weren't quite enough. Let's look at that one again. Yeah, so much time gained by Greg just hiding out in the smoke. I was so prepared to believe that they were going to get the 3k here. Even if they didn't, it ultimately didn't matter. Still though, both teams taking some pretty heavy hits economically, as Orzek opens up with a nice SMG kill. Might even be able to scoop themselves up. Yes, they do. They grab themselves an AK as well. Good upgrade immediately. Certainly, if these first 2 rounds are anything to go by, we are in for a brutal encounter here in Game 2. Wreck is dropped. This could be real bad news for the one-shot squad. Lost TF. Again, their coach coming in as substitute. Strongest performer from the previous game. Nice shot from Orzek. I think we have to start putting more stank on that name. Maybe Orzek. FPS is dropped. Orzek gets the triple. Alternate attacks. Recover control of the game. Woo. Alright, Orzek with 6 kills so far. Definitely been the mover and the shaker along with Maeve for alternate attacks. Rek and Cynics doing most of the work over on the one-shot side. See how this keeps going. As Zen is back on shotgun duty again. Haven't seen a ton of this. Keep an eye on where number 2 Zen ends up going. Can also make best use as Maeve looking for the sniper kills and finds it. Cynics is gone. There is still the scout in the field for one shot, but gonna need to land those headshots. Not quite doing it, as I think they must have. Oh, well, never mind. Doesn't the matter. They spotted out their target as FPS grabs one back. Hear the deagles ringing out across the field as Gret comes in to finish the job. Nicely done. Firing through the roof there. As Freeze can't find out a whole ton of information. Zen still defending on the A site. Freeze just gets one for the trolls before being dropped. This is a pretty good round for one shot considering the circumstances. They should be able to start scooping up. Yes, they've got 2 scouts. There you go. Just apply both of those to one person and you've got 1 kill weapon again. Then patiently waiting with a stolen AK. Greg teasing us with that possibility. Zen turns away. And it's gone. It's now down to Orzek. 1 against 3. One against 2. 1 against 1. We've been teased with this before. No! Orzek does it! Clutches out the round. 1 versus 3. I do apologize. It's Orzek. Wow. This has been a showcase for Orzek this series so far. Spectacular play. Up now 9 kills. They have not died a single time. And they have been taking their toll on one shot. Baydet so far with 0 kills. Zen as well. Not going to be picking up that shotgun. Hasn't been working out so far. I like the idea though. For anyone who's just tuning in this tournament, the Pinnacle Winter Series number 3 being played for $84,000. And for the spot on land, sweet land, Zen is going to send them into the afterlife. Beautiful round for alternate attacks. And one shot. They may have just taken a pretty heavy blow, but they've got the money to buy up for this round. Odds starting to turn against one shot. These are our Pinnacle Winter Series 3 odds for the whole of the series, of course. This could be the end of the series if one shot's legendary record here on Nuke remains as clobbered as it's been in the early going. That was so nice. Remember, this is the one shot team who are 90% win rate on this map. They are extremely good. This guy getting 1 before they're getting dropped. You have to imagine alternate attacks. They're gonna get figured out sooner or later, and I think this might be the round where it happens. Yes, one shot in with the resurgence. Bring themselves back up to 2 without too much reply from alternate attacks. I would certainly be hesitant of reading too much into this as early as from aTTaX because, as I said, this is One-Shot's map choice. This is where they are the strongest. You know, no matter how many tricks aTTaX have, it's going to be so much easier for an experienced team on Nuke to, you know, be able to adjust to say, okay, if we need to check a few more different angles than we're used to checking, that's fine. That's very little work for us to do, as opposed to being a team who are only semi-familiar with Nuke, who are committing half their brains just to playing it, let alone figuring out how to counteract an opponent's strategy. Greg finds Sen. Very nice early setup, and I think that's what we're seeing here. One-Shot are starting to adjust. Orzek, of course, carrying the hope of the team. Back up from Maeve, provides enough of the distraction to get one kill in, but now Orzek is gone. And aTTaX down to 2 members versus 4. 2 of those 4 are very low health, but we'll see if aTTaX want to try and take this one. Money is not great for AA. They've got a fair amount to lose. Back around the corner. Unfortunately, a little out of position. Sky, last one standing. 4 kills so far. And deleted by Lost. Woo! That's 4 surviving One-Shot members. One-Shot, they're really coming back. One-Shot. They've got a massive equipment advantage for this round. Fully expect to see it go back 4-4 as Maeve and Orzek are deleted immediately. Oh my gosh. Sky at least gets a kill back, but wow, when One-Shot win, they win real fast. Lost up to 10 kills, matching Orzek. We're not seeing a ton of potential from these pistol rounds, as the odds, I think, are going to start slipping back. One-Shot, of course. It's looking like a lot more competitive of a game than we maybe would have expected. If One-Shot can pick up a few more rounds, I think we'll start to see those odds swing. Well, probably not swing back majorly. They've still, One-Shot is still down on map, so they're always going to be behind in the series until this game is done. At least that would be my assumption. Don't take what I'm saying as any kind of gospel. AA playing this one out fairly conservatively for now. Greg is going to walk right into freeze and regret the opportunity that's been given to upgrade from the FAMAS to the AK. Both sides relatively low on utility as Maeve is ripped away from the field. Orzek going to smoke off the approach as Freeze controls access to Secret. One-Shot in a little bit of trouble here. Freeze is gone. That opens that particular door. Orzek very low as Sky is taken swiftly off the field. Noctober. Deleted. Sunix, nice job there grabbing another. And it's Zen, the last one standing. Double, a nice approach from both sides there. You don't see people do that too often. One-Shot to grab themselves a lead. It's 4 in a row, and a very important round has been put to bed. One-Shot 4 now puts them in the lead, and it gives them at least a solid shot of bringing us to Vertigo. But bear in mind, we do not know what aTTaX are like on Vertigo, because, just like Overpass, we haven't seen a ton of them playing it. So, Game 3 is still a little bit up in the air, even if One-Shot do get this. It's not... Vertigo Sun is not a great map for one-shot either. I think as we discussed before, there's something to be said for having your performance unknown on a given map because you haven't played it competitively, versus having proof that you're not very good at a map because you've been beaten a whole bunch on it. Nice push out from there from Orzek, gets them the kill. And Freeze does the same again. Wow. Alright. Guy, last one standing, but heavy casualties being put onto one shot. This guy doesn't know there's someone right behind them, but then I suspect the Grak may not either. Lost, covering their teammates' approach, finishes off the job, and the AWP falls to one shot as they continue to build momentum. Alternate attacks. They've got the M4s, they've got the AWP for this round. They got themselves a solid shot, but one shot. They are swiftly down into secret and towards the B site where Maeve is waiting for them. Orzek reads this, will be there as backup. It is 2 versus 3 right now. No outside control for alternate attacks at all. They are maintaining presence up towards A as Maeve does lock the first kill down. That's some pretty good news and also some very valuable information. Blowing the bloody doors off. Maeve only taking a tiny amount of damage though in the exchange. Means that alternate attacks are still in a good spot. A site will be pushed by one shot and they grab 2. Freeze gets knocked over. It's down to Orzek and Maeve to salvage the round. 2v2. Maeve, right place, right time, makes it in the advantage of alternate. The bomb has not been planted. Maeve round the corner, but it's Orzek who catches him in the back. Another 3k. And alternate attacks are still very much in this. I believe that's going to be the third 3k as well. Putting Orzek up to 14. There may have even been one I missed in there. But either way around at 14, very impressive. Lost in exactly the same score. Notable, though, Greg on 12. So just behind Lost, there's no one really comparable on the other side from alternate attacks. And I think that's maybe a little bit of a problem. Both teams have got members who've barely got any kills. Zen and Fadette. It's very much anybody's game. I think another round's worth of kills, if it went to alternate attacks, would bring things a lot more even. Timeout from one shot. Gonna have to go back into the tank and figure out right what to do now that their streak is over. They have got money in the bank for a little while, but not for too much longer. A little later on today, of course, UNGENTIUM versus Young Ninjas. And then Enterprise versus EC Bruges. Over on our other channel, EN2. Astralis Talent versus Sonoris. Going on right now. They're in their game number 2. So if you're looking for them, that's where they are. Just drop a 2 onto the end of the URL at the top in your address bar. And you'll be over there right now. Gross, though, we're sticking with this one. Alternate attacks. One map in hand against one shot. A team that, by all statistics, should be dominating a German squad. But instead, we're seeing alternate attacks with one of their stronger performances. Certainly alternate aTTaX, they, in their past, as an org, they have been in the area of scoring around $5,000, $10,000 in terms of pricing, as FPS wins out that duel with Maeve. Those heady days? Those halcyon days. They are past alternate aTTaX, switching out their entire roster. Means that you've got the untouchable previous versions of the team that you've got to try and live up to. Once those records are locked in, of course, it becomes that much trickier. So one shot with the first kill advantage. Of course, that's generally going to mean the round. Looks like we're going to see a secret push. A dry secret push. Wow, that's a bold play. Freeze will be coming in through vents. And gets cut down immediately. Orzak on the site itself is deleted. One shot. They've got a good chance of running away with this one. Zen backing off Sky as well. There's too much equipment and not enough money to go around. One shot. They take one step further forward. Equipment looking pretty good across the board. We've got the AWP still in play. And the safety from the hordes of one-shot players has been assured. Hopefully, again, we don't get to see one shot going around looking for those last team members. Again, I'm trying to think. I'll put this to you, Twitch chat. I'm trying to think of times when that hasn't gone poorly for the team that was going hunting. And again, for anyone who's coming to us late, if anyone tells you the results of the match ahead of time, they are not telling the truth. I'm about a couple of minutes ahead of you guys, so I can see every time someone posts a spoiler, it's not true. So, no one thus far have I seen post a true spoiler in the chat. Don't worry if someone says, you know, X team wins or Y team wins, they're talking out of their behinds. And probably just looking to annoy people, which they're probably, you know, it's a pretty effective way of doing it. I can see that someone is just trolling in the chat now. I guess that's one way of dealing with spoilers, is just make them as ludicrous as possible. Honestly, my vote is for a 32-19 game. FPS picks up the first kill. Orzak is out of there. And that is the big problem with the eggs in one basket strategy. A lot of teams do play their ace fairly far forward to maximize their killing potential. Unfortunately, it also maximizes their ability to get killed. Zen says, hey, I remember this. Drops down and grabs another. Wow. Alright, a round where they lost their best player immediately is the round they come back. Maeve with the 3k. Alternate aTTaX are back in this one. Of course, Nuke is a pretty heavily CT favored side, or CT favored map rather. So we would be expecting alternate aTTaX to do their best work here. Of course, one shot. I think once they get back on their CT side, they're going to feel extremely comfortable, and that's not very far away at all. Two kills in for AA without response. Wreck being removed is going to be some pretty amazing news for them. Baydat's still getting pretty aggressive, though. Also gets one before being dropped. aTTaX really favouring the A site. Now they've got to try and make the retake right now just from a single angle. Looks like they will be all piling in from that direction. Won't stop the plan. But Zen does at least punish FPS off of sight. I don't know if they go back in here. They're maybe going to try and look for a quick shot. But Maeve is just a little bit faster. Up now, 7-7. I don't think this is probably going to be good enough for aTTaX, but we'll see. Alright, one more round left in the half. The difference maker. Who goes in the second half in the lead? We certainly expect it to be aTTaX if they're going to stand a chance of closing the series here on map number 2. aTTaX ranked 156th right now. Against ranked 34th, one shot. Freeze playing follow the leader. And wow! Nice pickup early on from the aTTaX squad. It doesn't seem like one shot have got too much more to say. And Cynics is gone. Freeze with the 4K. Gosh, I didn't even realize it was actually Freeze picking up those tail end kills. Nice one. There we go. aTTaX ahead by one round coming into the switch of halves. So, for anyone who's coming to us late, just a quick note about our partners. Extrafy. For all your peripheral needs, as I'm sure FaZe has got all of the best peripherals they can handle. You can grab some similar for yourself. Using the code WINTER10 will give you a 10% discount across all of their products. So please go check them out. By doing so, you're supporting future CSGO. And if you happen to want peripherals anyway, you could do a lot worse than picking out one of the Extrafy ones, including a customizable mic. As a one shot, do a nice job nearly going. Getting it 1 kill. No, 2 kills. 3 kills for nothing. FPS! What a pistol monster! One more kill to complete the ace. And no. Zen is not going to allow that to happen. It was generous of them to go chasing after the player who had 4 kills, just to give them the possibility of the 5. But still. Well, it may only be a pistol kills, it still resets the game. One shot brings them back up to dead even, and this is where we expected to see why one shot chose this map. The 2 SMGs. aTTaX gonna need to be careful not to end up becoming just a huge pile of money. Good utility. Lost already down to half. I like the coordination here from aTTaX. Sky take out Lost and FPS at the same time. Cynic's still up in the sky. Pretty decent round from AA so far. Cynic's continuing to be an absolute pain to deal with the 2 kills. It's going to be Greg who's the one starting to set up the B site defense, though. Not is good. And Zen grabs the kill. I believe that's going to be an upgraded gun as well. Well, that was over fairly quickly. Well, 3 kills back in for a AA. It's not too shabby. Onyx with the 3k of their own. All by their own. Our Pinnacle series odds are almost even. For our over 18 friends only, please do bet responsibly, only with money you can afford to lose. One shot. We're not, we're not exactly out of the equation with a chance here that one shot could go for a completely flawless run through the half, just based off that 90% win rate here on Nuke. This is the moment where they can show exactly how that has happened. They've coming in underneath Fader. I don't know if they're going to even check to see if they're there. I do not know how Sky won that fight, but they did. One shot with a pretty good A defense. Covering absolutely everywhere. Utility is very light from double A. In fact, they're very light from both sides. Might have to be something of a dry peak. Wow, 3 kills in exchange for one shot. They are swept. Maeve will be going face to face with Sonix in just a second. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, nice job for double A, brings them back 9-9. Apparently, I spoke too soon when it came to saying that maybe we would see a flawless half. But instead, we have been flawed. Of course, alternate aTTaX would love to have a big barrel of rounds here so they could just push this one over the finish line and finish the series here on this map, but instead it's gonna be the full-on slog right to the end. We've got the rifles for the whole squad. I'm gonna have a trick check in on what folks are talking about in the Twitch chat. Oh gosh, I enjoy the burn towards Fader in the chat saying that it seems like they're the coach standing in rather than Lost DF. I suppose long term for the team, the fact that Lost DF is doing such a good job as the stand-in, well, the coach and also substitute for the team, it gives them a lot more credibility when they say, do things this way and you can be just like me. Yes, Fader definitely fading into the background a little bit. Zen's had their moments, though they are also the only other member of the game who is not on double digits so far. They're certainly doing better than Fadet has been doing. At least Fadet's got a decent amount of assists, which is, it's worth something. Alright, looks like we've got a little bit of a technical hiccup. I will see if I can investigate that using my investigatory skills. Apparently there's a technical issue with a piece of one of the player's equipment. So, looks like it got solved pretty quickly. So that's good news. Maybe just the old turn it off, turn it on again. Certainly was a staple of my IT support career. One shot with just the one rifle. FPS on scouting duty. Fadet. This is the remaining big hitter. Oh my gosh. I usually praise players for waiting to fire, but in this case I think they took that a little too far. I mean, I suppose that's the thing. They were never going to win the round unless they got 2 kills, so I suppose holding off on the hope that someone else would wander past and they could kill them both at once. It's worth a go, isn't it? 9-9 though, Lost DF, last one standing. Hopefully the rest of the team are coaching them right now. Around the corner into Maeve. Oh, don't go chasing waterfalls. Lost the F. Is he get hunted by Orzek and kills them as well? Ay, ay, ay. Don't do this, guys. Don't do this to this family. Well, 2 weapons lost, 2 kills in hand for Lost TF. But the most important thing is that aTTaX have now gotten back 2 rounds on this half as well. So as we continue to go on. There's a few more words about our partners, just for anyone who's coming into this one late. This is game number 2 of a potential 3-game series of the second series of the day. We already had an upset in our first series as eSuba managed to take the victory. Very surprising stuff. We are here for aTTaX to also do the same thing. As a heavily undervalued team. Lost DF. A hero AK this round. And does a pretty, well, I'll say he does a good job of it. Keep an eye out for them, number 8. East side, undefended, and aTTaX just going to walk right in there. I think OneShot realised that they maybe overstated their A defense, and now they're right there onto B. Good utility usage to try and slow down the approach, as it's a 1-for-1 plant. It's good. Oh my gosh! Lost grabs Stu. It's down to Zen, who only gets 1 in exchange. And hey, OneShot are back 10-10. Oh, what a confusing end to the round. OneShot. Let's see. Well, bear in mind as well, for aTTaX, they are playing with a substitute of their own, though in this case, for OneShot, it was one of the stronger performing members being subbed. For aTTaX, one of their weaker performing members being subbed, and actually doing a pretty decent job. FPS can't see through the smoke, doesn't decide to even take a shot through. I'm a big fan of people just trying the blind shot, you never know. Even if it works 10% of the time, I think it's worth it. It's worth the idea. Then taking that initial skirmish, but it's a B site where we should be paying the most attention. Sanix will be there all on their lonesome. Baydet should be able to come in fairly quickly, and I think, yeah, OneShot realizes they need to have more bodies on the ground. FPS gets 1 in trade, Orzek with another. Lost DF only gets the 1. The plant, I think, is going to end up being made. Money is, it's looking better for OneShot than it is for aTTaX, but it might be about to change with Greg getting the deletion. Baydet is the last one standing. Hot in pursuit. And find the kill onto Zen. Freeze is very low as well. That's number 1. Maeve, number 5, still full health. Baydet doesn't have any more time, but they will be able to delete Freeze. They have a defuse kit, but yeah, they don't have sight of what's going on the site itself. Gonna fall back and away. aTTaX. They make it out, they get ahead, and it's very much anyone's game. Of course, if aTTaX win here, they win the series, and that would be a pretty big shocker for OneShot based on their previous performances on Nuke. Let me know what you think in the chat, general friends. General friends? Gentle friends. Those two. Who do you all feel like is gonna be the decisive player in the map? Not just based on their current performance, but towards the very end here, when the circumstances become that much more rarefied, if that's the right term. Nice hit from Sonics on the back. A little bit of a miscommunication there, didn't communicate where the opposition was. But that has been corrected. One shot, down to 3 members. FPS, a little shaky on their feet. I think one shot probably pretty okay with how things are right now. Utility is very light for one shot, just 2 pieces left. Versus the, let's say 9 for alternate attack. So I'd love to see them really making use of that. No each grenades. Got a fair amount of flashes. So I'd love to see them being used en masse. Lost grabbing another kill for nothing means it's another upgraded gun. Now it's 3 rifles against 2 and the AWP for alternate attacks. Not ideal when you're trying to push onto a site, as Lost gets 1. Breeze very close. FPS up on high, gets struck down by lightning. The plant is going to be pushed through at speed. It's time to duel. And Garek wins that duel immediately. Back up to 11 apiece, with loads of time left to defuse. From these last 4 rounds, we have been swapping back and forward. For alternate attacks, though, I think this will probably be an eco round, maybe a few deagles thrown in here, but nothing too serious. Alright, couple of Galils. I'm down. I want to see alternate attacks doing something a bit different, though, with these. Even if it's just a case of maybe fully committing into the B site, or something like that. They're going to be held up in lobby for a little moment. You can see A site is very well defended. Lots of good vantage positions to rain down fire. He's being traded for a good amount of damage. Sky being dropped as well. That one Galil is left up and fighting. You get a check. Maeve gets the kill. Now has to face down FPS's open. One shot up to 12. I'm starting to feel like we're going to get a runaway success story. One shot unless alternate attacks come out swinging immediately. See the odds starting to turn against them. As I said, I was kind of expecting that to, well, I think if we see a win here for one shot, especially a convincing win, we're starting to get back into more familiar territory, more what we expected. So I imagine we're going to be on the path for a one-shot victory. Two for one, nobody able to get too much progress. At least 1 kill back in. The FPS is picking up speed. Their sniping has been pretty friggin' deadly. The plant is actually gonna end up being made, which is surprising. Trying their darnest against FPS. But not happening. Gonna take a little bit of a rest stop. As one shot moves to 13. Within grasp of the end of the game and bringing us to Vertigo map number 3. Very, very close indeed. You let me know who you're here and who you are rooting for. Yes, as Castaway Play said in the chat, this is a 90% win rate map for one shot, and it's looking like it's going to get even better at the end of this game. Orzek does come through, opening up this round, which has got alternate attacks back, buying again. AKs across the field, no AWP for them at all. Okay. This one back for nothing and lost another. The rundown is no good. One shot have deleted everybody. Freeze. Last one standing. Didn't get spotted heading into that smoke. Doesn't have the bomb either. Gonna have to go back into the mouth of hell to get it. And Greg hits from the back. One shot. This is much more back in the wheelhouse of what we expected. 3 rounds so far for alternate attacks and 7 rounds for one shot. I think if alternate attacks had just been that step or two more dominant on the CT side, then this game could even potentially be over. You know, you come out of that first half 13 in hand, then you're already done. You're already home right now. Unfortunately for alternate attacks, they were not that good. And nuke. One shot, however, absolutely are. Orzek gets traded across. Wreck with a 3k so far. Last one standing, last one to go. My apologies. Maeve still in the field, gonna actually try and go after the bomb. A ball play, 1 versus 2. But hey, worth a try. Looks up in heaven, gets sent to hell. Greg with the 4k. An impressive run to end out this one. Alternate attacks. I mean, on this map pick, unfortunately, it was always going to be a pretty tough ask. Orzek opening up the round with a kill was at least worth something. Oof. One last chant for alternate attacks. They know they're just a few rounds away from at least forcing an overtime. One shot. Gonna do everything they can to try and prevent that from happening, to try and make sure their overall skill level really pays off here, and at least guaranteeing map 3. Orzek trades. And Sky another. Woof. Coming down to just Maeve. This one looks like it's pretty much done. One shot. Trying to keep that win rate. Wait a second. Vader is off of sight. Let the bodies hit the floor. Alright. Alternate attacks. I guess you get this one. Or do you? Ay, 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 what a way to lose the round. Outthinking themselves, alternate attacks. One shot. Keep propping up that impressive win rate, which means game 3 is coming. The decider on Vertigo coming up after the break. Howdy y'all, welcome back. It's time for the Pinnacle Winter Series number 3, second series of the day to come to a close, one way or the other. We shall find ourselves a winner, and of course, it all starts at the end of a knife. Lost to Maeve, last one standing, Maeve triumphant, covered in the blood of their enemies. Alternate aTTaX. This is not a known quantity map for them again. They could be amazing, they could be very bad indeed. All we know is that one shot, this is a below average map for them, which is honestly the best chance that alternate aTTaX have got. They've got to take it, they've got to run with it, they've got to try and find a way to make the upset happen. For any of y'all who are just tuning in, please do check out our partners below the stream, Pinnacle, of course. The betting site for over 18s only, please do bet responsibly. But also Extrafy for your peripheral needs, mice, keyboards, headsets, mouse pads, all that good stuff. 10% off with the code WINTER10. World of Esports for your fantasy league needs, including a league specifically for the Pinnacle Cup, or Pinnacle Winter Series rather. And hopefully, if they're up and working again, and the stream cards as well. Thanks to all of our partners as we get things underway. Maeve doing a very nice job. Gets hold of the first 2 kills and one shot. Woo, they are sent back reeling. aTTaX going to be hanging out until Freeze comes a call in. But Maeve locks down to 3k. And alright. This is what we wanted. This is what we expected. You can see the one shot only get that 1 kill on Sonics. Isn't a great sign for them. They're not going to be able to get... I don't believe they got the plant off either. So they are very short of cash. Also, aTTaX could have got the option here to get pretty aggressive. That's what we're seeing Freeze and Sky do. Freeze getting a little clobbered there as Sky fires in blind. I like that we're seeing alternate aTTaX playing this one out carefully. They may have a ludicrously huge equipment advantage, but they're not invincible. I might have to eat my words there. aTTaX somehow doesn't die. And hey, 5 kills for nothing. Alternate aTTaX. Looking pretty good. Let's see, so money, yeah, so we're not getting the plants here for one shot, which is really cutting their momentum pretty heavily here on their T half. It's going to slow them down dramatically as this was such an important play. I don't know how Greg didn't get this one. Maybe they were flash, maybe there was something else drawing their attention, but either way around it, the result is alternate aTTaX stopping the plant 2 rounds in a row, wiping out the squad as well. Zen looking for more. Olzek picks up 2 and wow, one shot, they are getting nothing. Lost does find a shot, but doesn't actually land it. And gets SMG'd as well. OMG, SMG. Could be a GG already. 3 in a row, one shot, finally with enough money to buy up. They need this round to go well. One shot ranked 34 right now. Playing with Coach Lost DF in for the usual player of Get Yeka. People were concerned coming in, but Coach Lost has been actually the strongest performer in the previous game. They were ludicrously good. And out with a 162 rating, over 113 damage per round. It's oof, they were really, really good. Of course, Olzek from the alternate aTTaX. That's who we'll be generally looking towards to see them get a lot of success. Early damage. As the HE grenade goes a little wide. 2 down. Olzek gets 1 back, but that's all. Freeze another. We're in a little bit of a tight spot here. Oh, Sinex! Nice job. Maeve, last one alive, off of site, the utility being used to clear B, and one shot will arrive in force. Maeve, not going to try and do the old 1v3 we've been seeing a few times today. Just going to fish for anybody who pokes their nose out to try and inquire about Maeve's whereabouts. Good job from Sonics. 3k was pretty clean. Coming out of this one with 3 AKs as well means an awful lot for a team who have been struggling for money. Alternate attacks, you can see, not very much not the case for them. Maeve, the only one who doesn't have the money in the bank right now. But they're very happy to hold on to everything they do have. As one shot take no chance as they retreat back off of site, and at least they get themselves on the board with multiple surviving members. They're in with a shot. I will refrain from making the obvious joke. I'm just checking the chat. I love this spamless lemon to help the ball demon. Yeah. I always enjoy really poor rhymes. Brilliant. Let's see if that lemon can provide some aid. As one shot still have a lot of ground to make up. Sky going to be forced back. One shot seems recovering a little bit of their confidence that was lacking before. As a nice HE grenade will land. Ooh! Sonics does get deleted. Popped through by Sky. Good knowledge of the map. One shot there coming up en masse. Bait it. Give me the first one up. Two in. Disengage doesn't quite fit. Maeve now has the choice. Going 1v2. Certainly they've got a chance to pop up into heaven and look across, so that's going to be a fairly obvious choice. And you should probably expect that one shot will be covering from there, so they're going to try something a little bit different. Uh-oh. Yes, being scoped in is not exactly the easiest way to work. As after all is said and done, one shot, get 2 in. They've hit the economy pretty hard. Our odds, I think, are going to start swinging a little bit, especially if we draw back even again. Sonic's standing out, as is Greg. The rest of the team, all 3 remaining team members with 1 kill between them. This is a very, very top-heavy one-shot performance. The Sonics and Greg need to keep on doing what they're doing. The rest of the team, I think, need to be doing more to try and pick up individual kills. Otherwise, the strain may prove too much for these 2 players to handle, especially in this important 3rd game. Pop goes the Weasel. Zen is out of there. Also attacks. Not with possession of the site, more correct, just walks up and grabs another one. Great pathing through the map. And one shot. Make it look very easy indeed. I mean, it is just a pistol round, but Lost DF grabbing themselves a kill. Just to pad those stats a little bit more. Next time they have a team meeting, of course. Coach Lost DF will feel very smug about this whole experience, I'm sure. Alright, also attacks. Gonna sit this one out. Fish for a 1D. And find it. Alright, you gotta go for it, don't you? What? Alright, Sky. Calm down. Calm down. That's a bit much. Sky actually drawing even in amount of kills with Greg. Current top fragger on the server. Well, I suppose they both are. Zen just behind. So we've kind of got a similar story going here, except we've got 2 very strong performing players on the one-shot side, and we've got 4 on alternate attacks. So coming into this round, I still expect attacks to do pretty decently, but maybe that's about to change. Thank you, Porto. I'm glad you appreciated my lemonade joke. It was, yeah, it was a thing. Kev Botix, that's a good turn of phrase. And One Shot definitely are starting to, well, I say they were starting to impose their will. I think Greg did a huge amount to make that happen. Nice grenade work, but they are left the last one standing. Greg has been coming absolutely alive. So grab the bomb. Move along, stalking, up towards the ramp. Nobody should be found. This Greg walks alone. And dies alone. Sky with a 3k. aTTaX. Get one back. A most intriguing game. You see, over on the one-shot side, again, it's Cenix and it's Greg. They're the only ones picking up kills. Everybody else is really not doing too much of anything. We're really being born here on the backs of those two players for one shot. This is, I mean, it's difficult to know. You can have different players perform differently at different parts of the series because they've got nothing left in the tank. Lost has been consistently very strong and now they're gone. But this hasn't really been their map. So as long as Greg stays alive in particular, so does hope for one shot. Maybe the move. As one shot making their way up towards B, with a run into Zen. And Orzek in there for support. Falls. Oh no! And that's why railings are important, everybody. Thanks. Gonna be a little confused as to where their opposition went, but grateful that there was a short, sharp drop. Sanix. Looks like they may well be able to get the plant on, which is pretty great for one shot's economy, which is not looking the best. Alex, I got to find freeze as well. No. Alrighty. So one shot get the money, but alternate attacks get the victory. Zayrox, I'm assuming you're talking about my lemonade joke when you say it wasn't funny. I agree, it wasn't funny, it was just me being silly. But if you do think of any other silly jokes to make with the players' names, then I hope that you will let me know. It's kind of anti-humor. Oh, hello! Very aggressive from one shot with their pistols. Get absolutely sliced and diced. Freeze dropping down to 3k. And, wow, it's all over instantly. Admire the aggression, though. That was pretty good. I was into it. Ooh, Rufio. I like it. One shot, two players. That's a good one. I'm going to steal that. Greg grabs one. Going face to face. Greg has been ludicrously strong. But unfortunately for the team, they are gone. Now it's lost. We're going to find the way through the wilderness. Finds the shot onto Zen. It goes down very low indeed. Breaks line of sight to keep themselves alive. Looks like A site will be the place. Bomb being left down. Danix grabs another, and it's down to Sky. Hopefully, no more members flinging themselves off of buildings. All asking what tier this event is. It's an A tier event. Please going by Wikipedia. Sky, looking around, might find Lost in just a second. They're patient, and they are. Wait a second. No, the bomb hasn't even been planted yet. I thought the bomb was being planted ages ago. Yes, I do enjoy team names like One Shot, which kind of encourage you to make silly jokes about them. Oh my god, that was cheeky! And Sky grabs the kill on the tail end as well. Wow. Nice job, Sky. I don't think they realised that Sky had a defuse kit. Hey, there we go. What's that aTTaX? One of those ones I don't think anyone came in really expecting too much. Again, as Rufio said in the chat, 1 win, 2 players, still... I don't think I've seen many games like this where we've got, 4 kills between 3 players, and then every other kill in the game is between the 2 leaders of Greg and Sinix. On the other side, that's very much not the case. Much more even spread. But yeah, a range. We use the range of between the first and the last performing player to kind of indicate some things about the team score. We've got a range of 11 between One Shot. That's the first place player with 11, the last place player with 0. Does suggest there's some things going wrong here, that we're not even getting a trickle of kills coming for some of these one-shot players. Lost is Addy, and Ozek picks up a second as well. Some echoes of the previous round performances where they were very much the heart of the aTTaX squad. Rek getting lit up. FPS just get the kill while Greg drops. Beta is gone as well, and the FPS team are down to a single member. Also, aTTaX may not be ranked well, but they are certainly showing what they're capable of here on Vertigo. FPS might be able to find Sky. Takes the opportunity to clock them, upgrade to the AK. I think at this point, yeah, no, actually, sorry, upgrade to the AWP. Don Chan Live, if you'd like to get involved in CS commentary, drop me a message on... if this will work. There we go. Drop me a message on Twitter. I can direct you to some places that you can... Most esports commentary you start off doing for free, but you can work your way up as long as you're willing to, I would not get into esports commentary because you want to make $1 million. But if you really enjoy doing it, I can definitely recommend it. Alright, there we go. Alternate aTTaX. Keep on trucking. Things are looking real good. The pie in the sky, number 3. 15 kills so far, outstripping anybody else. The rest of the team, including even Freeze, who's the furthest behind, still looking a lot better. And Fade Out, I don't want to flame them, but I'm absolutely going to. No kills so far. Come on, Fade Out. The bottom end of the one-shot team really needs to be stepping up as they are stacking up. We have got the 1 AWP, and FPS is almost gone already. Nice utility to trim one shot even further. FPS, gotta be careful here. They might even just die to the grenades. Then does get run over. Good play from One Shot. That's a solid bit of re-equip there. I like as well breaking line of sight. Oh, well, okay, maybe it's not going to happen. FPS still remains alive. But for how much longer? Looks like we will be creeping up the side of ramp. So we've got plenty of friends for Fade to meet. Will not be this round, they break their 0 kill streak. Alternate attacks. Playing out cautiously. Lovely work from Freeze there. An artist with a gun. Wow. Alright. Vertigo. Apparently we're going to need to add this to the list of maps that alternate attacks apparently are a lot better at than we would have expected. Yeah, we can add that Overpass to that list as well. Wow. I mean, a lot of the time with these teams, even an event like this, it's particularly in the regional Swiss stage, we haven't got a ton of information about the teams. But alternate attacks, they're certainly going to be turning a few heads here today. Maeve picking up kill number 1. One shot are coming in at speed. Orzek doesn't realize they've got someone right on their flank. They are surrounded on all sides. Orzek 1, not the second. Free steps up to provide the last bit of firepower as Lost stumbles, blinded from the fight. Their team is gone. Only ruin, fire, and smoke remains. They're going to try and go back in anyway. They have got the bomb, hoping for the plant. You can see Zen already making their way across, but it doesn't matter. Alternate attacks up to double digits. Apparently, they're really good at this map. Who would have thunk it? Of course, it's always relative. This is, again, not a one-shot map, really. But still, this is remarkably not close compared to what we saw in our previous one. But hey, alternate attacks. Pretty impressive. For everyone who is coming in late, of course, our team's fighting for $84,000 prize pool. This is just the first stage of play. The top 8 teams from the region Swiss go in and keep on alive. One shot down to Lost DF with our last AK. This being a Swiss competition, whichever team wins will go on to face up against another team with the same record, so 1-0 for tomorrow. Whichever team loses goes the same, but with the opposite way round. So Swiss make sure we have as many competitive matches as possible, rather than the normal round-robin format, where everyone just plays everybody. It does mean, as we go through the week, we'll end up in situations where teams will be, say, 2-0, and as soon as you've got 3 wins in here in the regional Swiss part of the competition, you are through to the next one, or next stage immediately. Hey, nice going for one shot. They get themselves back a win. Admittedly, the best they can do is 10-5. The odds certainly against them. What is specifically on the line for the teams this week, of course, is that if you make it through the regional Swiss, which is where we are right now, your team gets $2,000. If you make it through the next stage, which is next week, another $3,000. And if you even win a match in the playoffs, that's another $1,000 on top of all that. Of course, $40,000 for first place. And of course, that spot at Land Sweet Lamb. So one shot, they've got a chance here to redeem this. Oh my gosh, okay, never mind. That half was over pretty quickly. Ooh, 11-4. It's looking like right now, unless FPS and Greg can pull this one off. Greg has been clicking heads all game long, but they're now going to have to do 5 in a row. They can't even get 1. Wow. This has been an absolutely dominant half. Ozek picking up kill number 3. Let's look at some of those numbers. Ozek up to 15, Sky to 18. The rest of the team keeping up. Vader did at least pick up a couple of kills. The FPS, Vader, and Lost TF, they've fallen so far behind the curve here, it's unbelievable. Let's get a timer in. So while we wait, just a few words about our partners supporting the competition. So we've got Extrify for all your peripheral needs, headsets, mice, keyboards, all that good jazz. You can use the code WINTER10 to get 10% off across all of their products. So definitely recommend you take advantage, because anytime you do that, you're also telling them you came from our competition and that they should continue to support competitive CSGO. Stream cards, we'll have a quick check and see if our stream cards are working again. Maybe not. Well, when they are, then that's a great way to interact and make your predictions about rounds. But I'm sure they'll get fixed sooner or later, hopefully today. Yes, I think it's not going for the time being. But yeah, I really recommend them. They're a lot of fun. And the world of esports as well, of course. If you are a fan of fantasy football or like, you can do the same sort of thing with a fantasy league based around the players. Even the players from this particular winter series. There's a specific Pinnacle league on the world of esports site. Yeah. If you think you can put together a better team than our coaches have done, than our owners have done, then give it a try. Right, back into things. A very dire situation for One Shot to find themselves in after what had been an otherwise fairly competitive series. I think they were very much shocked. So far, we've had 2 very underrated teams, both of whom seem like they are on path to correct history. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Nice job. That was a pretty sick camera angle. Nice job, our production observers. Or production and observers. This is an incredibly important round for One Shot. They desperately need to take back control of the half. As Ozek, finding a nice angle. Lost is gone. Blind firing is not only encouraged, but very acceptable. Pumped. Nice jump around the corner, but alternate attacks. Alright, I think we are almost certainly, if not done here, then very close to being done here. Getting the pistol round is unacceptable for One Shot. They can't afford to be trading rounds back, but now they're going to have to face down a pretty terrible situation. They're going to spend every dollar they have on One Shot to try and get themselves some semblance of a recovery. 2 SMGs for alternate attacks, who are looking to farm themselves up a storm. Nice tactical traffic cone. Gonna make use of every weapon at your disposal. Wreck, of course. Perhaps a former amateur wrestling champion, Greco-Roman. Greg is not going to be it for this round, as alternate attacks come in at speed. We have still got the scout in play. That's on FPS. The Cynics comes in and almost gets the kill. Alternate attacks have barely got any HP left at all. Baydet coming in from the back. Punt has been made. Blind fire will do the job here. Any shot landing puts these members to the ground. Baydet has got the Mac. This is honestly the best weapon you could hope for. You barely need to do any damage to get the kills. And you're going to get paid for it too. Maeve. Zen, surely you've got to run. Just got to run at this point. Taking out the defuse. Zen is gone. But no, Baydet, they don't have the defuse kit. And even after Fader getting the 3 kills, it's not going to matter. The only comfort they'll have is that was at least a whole bunch of money in the bank with that SMG. And it's money that One Shot desperately need. Again, they're throwing absolutely everything they have into trying to turn this one back around. They don't have thoughts of later on. All they can do is focus on the right here and now. Scarp to 20 kills for alternate attacks. 13-4. This apparently is absolutely their map to lose. Thank you for everyone who's been with us so far. We've still got 2 more series to go. Once this one is done, UNGENTIUM versus Young Ninjas will be coming up next. One shot. Get the first kill in, but not untraded. This guy with another. Down to 3. Lost comes through, but only gets 1. Good flank from Fader again. I think this could be it. Yes, it will be. One shot resupply themselves at the expense of alternate attacks and get themselves on the board on their CT half. Of course, Vertigo, being one of our rare birds that is a CT setup map. Sorry, T setup map. Oh my gosh. Got it completely the wrong way around. We aren't really expecting too much, but hey, you never know. You never know. Jimmy7X with the sick burn. More like no shot. I feel a little bit better about my jokes in comparison, honestly. Don't worry, we'll keep trying. Keep trying. Again, there are no spoilers in the chat, in that nobody who's posted the chat has actually got any information. Fader does open up and rip up alternate attacks who've only got 1 kill back. Beautiful round from One Shot. Gets them back in with something. Alright. And Yummy, thank you for the explanation of the stream cards. That's a very good explanation as well. Yeah, it's basically like a little game you play alongside the stream. I love extensions like that, personally. I used to really enjoy, ones that gave more information about the stream or let you interact with the stream in a different way. CSGO, of course, is very, very good for being very open with its information as the first grenade lands. Cynex will sigh and retire. At least for this round. Double A in a good spot as Fader gets a little clipped as well. Swiss dude, I'm not sure if the stream cards are working now anyway, so I don't think you could disable them. Though I could be wrong. I'd imagine if you reload the stream, if you want to check, you should find out for sure. Alternate attacks. And One Shot down to 3 members apiece. FPS with the first kill. Plus CF with the second. Blind fire. The grenades come in. Sky, Zen, and Maeve. Waiting. Wreck is gone. Fader is the last one standing. 1 versus 2. And they will be no more. 14-6. The bells are tolling. 13:36. Come on, give us 0.1 more. Just so we can meme about it. Shucks. That's our Pinnacle odds updated for the series, reflecting, of course, only this game. 14-6. One shot. Not the best of starts, but fortunately, again, this is not a knockout competition. This is Swiss. So there will be 5 games total for teams in this first part of the competition. If they win 3 games, then they are through. Lose 3 games, they're out. But if they go somewhere in the middle, they can play all 5. So even a team that doesn't have the best of openings, they'll be playing against other teams that have the same record. So If One Shot lose here, it's seeming very likely that they will play against a 0-1 team tomorrow. So plenty of chances to recover. There is definitely an argument to be said for, for going 0-1 straight away and then running through the rest of the tournament with a loss on your record, because you never have to play against an undefeated team. Loss picks up one. Sky trades back, but whoa! Alright! Alright! One Shot apparently don't like being dismissed, and instead they're going to start picking up rounds. It's 3 apiece so far, which is, for any of you all who've keeping track of the round numbers, that's not going to work out for One Shot. They need to be completely dominant if they're going to take this half back. One more round from aTTaX, and they guarantee themselves overtime. 2 rounds, and they've won the series. So what? 7 shot? 7 shot? Oh my gosh. Ah! An easy enough mistake to make. But One Shot can't afford to make any mistakes. One Shot, 2 players, no shot. If anyone else has got any other silly jokes to make about One Shot, then do let me know. Does One Shot have a chance to come back? It seems very unlikely, but it's far from impossible. They've definitely looked strong in these round wins they've been getting recently. But it's a hell of a climb. Playing a game of Knifey Spoony on the B side, just to pass a bit of time. As Orzek is lurking. Greg, put themselves down. Nice off angle. As Lost, trying to farm up a storm. But Greg, haha! The surprise Greg is the deadliest, but Zen spots it coming. We're actually down to 3 versus 3. What? 3 versus 2. 2 rifles now in the hands of aTTaX. One Shot. This was not the round I expected things to fall over. Zen is knocked to the ground, but FPS did take some damage in the exchange. aTTaX in with a chance of putting themselves up to overtime guarantee. The plant is good. FPS is gone. Fadette, time for you to shine the brightest. Gonna sneak around the side. Nobody gonna show themselves. Burning daylight here, Fadette. They do spot a shoulder. Sky can't afford to take even a single bullet. Bree's a little bit healthier, waiting just behind them. Oh, Kev Botix. I will let my contact know that it's not an event, so there must be something odd happening. Maybe it's not been set up correctly, but I'll let them know. Ooh. Jake is very excited about the possibility of One Shot winning themselves 11 rounds in a row. Well, I mean, now that at least doesn't need to be a problem anymore, because we'll go to overtime before that happens. aTTaX, they are going up against One Shot, who've got nothing left. Well, I say nothing. They've got an orb. They've got a prayer. They've got an opportunity to show us exactly what they are made of. One Shot, though, they do not seem like they're getting out of this one alive. aTTaX, just a tiny bit stronger than we expected for a ranked 156th team. January and February have been very harsh to aTTaX, but this will be a big palate cleanser. FPS, round the corner, does manage to take... No, sorry, Fadette just wants to take down Sky from a different angle, but gets punished for it. aTTaX. They have everything they need. Then... Whew. The rest of the squad, it's all down to FPS. Number 7 with a bullet. Wrecker's gone. Those heads need clicking. Lost. A little caught out there as Maeve gets another Sonics. You were the chosen one. The plant has been made. Will it be? No. Oh, an ignominious end for one shot. 16-7. Alternate attacks, defying the odds, and also again showing us don't trust teams which are listed as ranked. Let's say 156, they won. 165 also won. So world rankings maybe don't mean a whole lot when it comes to teams with so few games on the record. But hey, that has been a whole lot of fun and a great series for both Into the Breach and One Shot. Into the Breach, of course, being beaten out by a super. Alternate aTTaX being out One Shot. It's quite the start to the day, but definitely not the end. Have a quick look across on to EN2. Entropiq Prague versus Ambush is going on right now. That's their third game. UNGENTIUM versus Young Ninjas is coming up on this channel, with Enterprise versus EC Bruges. So we will be getting on to our third series in just a few moments. If you'd like to head across to the stream and check out theirs while we are getting ready, we'll be back in around 8 to 10 minutes or so for our third, and then of course our fourth series starting at 1800 CT. I've been Canopip. Any of you folks who want to talk about casting, please do hit me up on Twitter. I've seen a few people talking about it in the chat. But now though, thank you guys for bearing with me and for being on this journey. We'll continue with that journey after the break.
Kills continue to rain through, but pretty even at both standpoints. Bomb is also yet to go down. The smoke is soon going to fade, and that's going to start to incur for more problems. Wazink finds the head of AJT, and with that bomb down in CT territory, actually rather no. Quartz was able to recover it, and now they can maybe try to sell a bit of a fake for the likes of Ambush. Duvek though, the head away of Quartz, and well, a trade comes through, but no dice. Wazink with a quick trade means Ambush get themselves the pistol win. And without a bomb plant, I don't think you're going to see a Forest. You're probably just going to call this a quick 2-0 start for the CT side. I wonder how far a lead will go off the rip for a team like Ambush, because I say how difficult it's going to be to deal with this Entropiq T side being very oppressive. I feel like when they get those rifles out, it's going to be a bit of a different game. It is just the say being called P250s and Deegs alongside the Glocks, obviously, but nothing to go riding home about. Maybe a quick trade can come through with these pistols. Who really knows? Leave it to Sun to try to farm up some cash, spotting an extra shoulder over in middle, but doesn't overcommit just yet. P250's recovered, but again, it's not really much. Nade goes deep, and they're going to try to take the initiative here. AJT on the angle. Not good for the headshot, and with still two members here for Entropiq Prague, I can't imagine they're able to get too much done. Could be picked apart one by one, and that's exactly what Sixer does on the rifle, picking up his teammate's angle. And now everybody's just getting farmed aside. AJT will cap it off with a nice little headshot. But how much more will he get? I'm very uncertain. As the smoke blooms through, he can't even retrieve that rifle. Would be a big loss if Ambush aren't able to get away with that either. Still inflicting some respectable damage on his son, who's gone a bit aggro on that flank. Finally just looks to keep him poached into middle. Now finally SBT activates with 100 health. This shouldn't be too far away from him. Clearing in ladder. Spots the head. Takes it away to Ambush. Take away a 2-0 start. Well, I assume these odds are going to go through a bit of a roller coaster in this series because, again, it's hard to put a gamble or a grasp on what Ambush are going to come up to this series showing us. Well, it's the moment you've been waiting for. The rifle's now brought out for Entropiq Prague. The utility's honestly not that great, but will it matter? I'm not too sure. Almost walking away with an opening pick, but as the Molotov separates them from going back in towards the safe havens, they decide to dump in some util over in the ramp room. See if they can't get some more map control. I've seen execs come in this spot before, but now with all that map control, they don't need to continuously throw in these smokes. Sixer posted up on the angle. Works, takes the fight, but doesn't win it. Trying to spam them down. Sixer's doubled up. Wazink on the MP9 wants to grab away the third. Lecker going to be spotted in behind this smoke to foot. I don't know if it was spotted to the flash that gave him away, but still the info is heavily in the favor of Ambush on this defense. And I forgot to say, coming into this series, Ambush, their win condition might just be Sixer, because you can see a clear deficit in their wins, in their success, when Sixer doesn't show up. When he does and doesn't deliver, changes the outcome of games for Ambush single-handedly. But this round's definitely been changed by his hands as well. An aid should be good for the kill on a Morisco. And it leaves it all up to Lecker. He's got the bomb on his back, so he should be able to punch in those digits. But the trade isn't going to be too far away from them. Wazink with the double. Sixer with a triple, and Ambush with a third. Meaning Entropiq Prague aren't ready to get kick-started with these rifles just yet. Well, I still don't think we're going to see an op invested just yet, but Entropiq Prague still not also buying up just pistols around it. I really like this play from Sixer, man. I mean, knowing that they're about to strike somewhere, you want to take a very advanced angle. You've got a couple of players in middle. Why not throw some lives on the line? See if you can't walk away with a man advantage. It's exactly what Sixer does, and you could just see how well it pays off. Morisco with a scout around these $700 pistols. Daviduvek wants to get a bit info hungry as he's crept all the way through ramp. He'll find the opening pick as well. Nobody else home means Entropiq Prague's gambit's now been read for. If things weren't bad enough, Daviduvek's now got the cross cut off, so Ambush are going to go in for a B-stack. Extra help assisted over at middle with a flashbang, trying to blind up the two men here. Sixer in the exact same angle as before will double down once again. And it's not a good sign to see him already get started. Not a single kill fielded by Entropiq, and that's going to be a big round for Ambush to start to build up a safety net. And before they go into this round, you want to make sure you call that timeout. See if you can't get everybody on the same page, because this is a very, very big rifle round. I mean, sure, if you get the bomb down, you're still going to throw in investments. At this point, you've got max loss bonus, but you've always got to wonder, what happens if that doesn't go, if it doesn't go our way? What happens if we just get shut down? Because at this point right now, there's not really a reason to try to take down 3 Entropiq players unless you're going to win the round. Their money's already built up to where that's not going to matter. You have to more worry about yourself in this scenario, and I feel like we need to see a bit more from some of these Entropiq members. I also wonder when we're going to see the ice broken of the first op invested. Sixer is the opper of Ambush, but I assume he's taken down till he needs to get one out, so things don't start working, or rather, till things stop working for Ambush. Probably no reason to force it into your own hands. I'll say, I mean, yeah, Entropiq have been impressive on this T side before, but we're not going to be too impressive if you're consistently getting control of the ramp room. The smoke's thrown in deep to the trade of SBT, but they know nobody's out just yet. And Sixer, once again, is going to try to work his magic in middle on the exact same angle as before. They vacated, and he knows. He's very aware of what's going on, about to clear the entirety of it and give a big call over to his team. Entropiq Prague regrouping outside of ramp, seeing what they can't get done when this smoke expires. A minute 10, and Wazink is just jump spawning with one of his own. Maybe trying to bait in for the assistance of Daviduvek. Somebody's going to have to deliver on 2 here if Ambush want to walk away with a round, but this timer could get the worst of Entropiq. Flash comes through, doesn't opt to throw in the smoke, spots out 3 members, and finally drops that piece of utility down. Devo, though, he's going to need his teammate unless he wants to be on an island of his own. Nobody yet to push through just yet. 40 seconds, and Entropiq Prague haven't really taken this map control back. Utility still comes through. Wasn't completely blinded up, but again, nobody's peeked through, and this is going to cause them to go for a bit of a rotation towards the B side here soon. Walks all the way through. Sun about to get a whole lot of info on this spot. Lecker drops the bomb. I don't know if they're going to be able to find this trade. Trying to spam him down. No, he gets back to safe haven. Sixers here too. Damage continues to be inflicted as Morisco gives away another 1v1. Entropiq Prague with the opening pick find nothing past it. 4 beautiful converted kills from Ambush, and Entropiq Prague are shut down. Like, I mean, the way that round looked, you'd think somebody has to do something big from Ambush. It almost looks unwinnable at some point. Because in that 4-on-5, they're starting to lose their grip on the map. They're starting to run out of utility, but I guess you can call this a massive play. Sun just walks in for 3. 1v1's taken to the bank, and Ambush now continue to build up their funds while they ruin the likes of Entropiq's. Not that much utility either, meaning ramp would be a bit of a difficulty for them to try to take up just yet. And Ambush continue their very tight grip on this ramp control. 3 members walking out in middle, and this time Sun's first blood. SBT, the last remaining man over on B, and that might cause Entropiq Prague to put their foot on the gas. Accelerate into this B site, deny rotations. SBT trying to stay alive around the pillar, but AJ finally doubles down in the favor of Entropiq, and he doesn't stop there. Getting his third, spotting a man at CT, but he falls to the hands of Sixer. Might as well go for this if you're Ambush. I mean, you've got 10,000 bucks on deadlock. It's not like you're hurting in the money if you lose this round. I could say the exact inverse from Entropiq Prague, but maybe Ambush are just going to look to hunt for exits. deadlock's going to be in such a difficult angle to deal with in T-spawn, and Sixer's about to group up with him as well. And knowing the low economy of Entropiq Prague, I think Ambush have the read on that as well. They wouldn't dare go out through CT. They're all going to try to position themselves back in through the B steps with the crossfire established. Ambush could have the exact read to shut this down. Hearing nothing but footsteps. There's a nade and molly combo on deadlock. Does he have a lineup for this? This would be incredible. Oh my god, he does, and it's kind of combusting through. I don't think they can save these weapons. No, they can. The bomb on Vertigo is a dud, but Sixer still looking to get more. Trade not found. 2 men stay alive for Entropiq Prague. That could have gotten out of hand, but still 2 kills should not have been allowed. We're going to see another investment come through, and things could turn from bad to worse, because Sixer with 7,000 bucks invests up to and off. This can't be a one and done from Ambush. We have to see some more brought up from from Entropiq Prague. We have to see something strict together from them. You let this round get traded right back out, and you're right put down to square one. Sixer posted on this razor thin angle. He is killing it right now. 11-3 coming into the 7th round. And he wants more. You could tell he's thirsty for it. And he has been a demon to deal with here too. I love what Ambush do because they're continuously making these adaptations to what Entropiq Prague are doing. That last round where in the late parts, they try to put some presence over on ramp and maybe the mid round, I'd like to say. They put a 3-man stack there. Doesn't really work out for them. So this time they go back to a different kind of setup with a couple of players in middle. First kill once again goes the way of Entropiq Prague. Trade not found. And this could be another round going their way. 2 openers traded by the Molotov of SBT from the afterlife, but it's still good enough to muster then up a good situation to get into one of these sites. It looks like they're going to try to pressure over at A. Or maybe not. Doubling back into the B site. The only man who will meet him here is Wazink, who takes a passive approach about it. Sitting on the headshot box as a Molotov should come his way here shortly. Or maybe not. They're contacting through, but it's read by the flashbang coming back. Sixer gets an assist on that one, and Wazink spotted out a whole hell of a lot more. This Molotov's still a bit late as they all pab their way up to the site. 2 of them spotted. Not a kill found. And it's up to Sixer to shut this one down single-handedly. The bomb gonna get planted. They hear him coming around the rafters, but they can't do anything about it. 20 seconds to go, and deadlock's got his back. It's the experience that shines through for an Ambush 6th. And I'm telling you, man, this guy is playing lights out. Almost, what, 150 ADR, if not more? And he's the single-handed answer to almost everything Entropiq Prague are throwing at them. If they go up towards A, he's meeting them on a quick rotation. Same with B. And if they try to pressure him down in middle, well, you're almost guaranteeing him a multi-kill. Speaking of him, this time he repositions over at the A ramp with the op. It's the perfect angle for it, and he tries to take a very aggressive one over in the side hall. Is completely crossed over. And as the flashbang comes through, I don't think he's been spotted, but he'll be there to dump the utility to slow them down. Nade Molly combo all day, every day. Chips in a good amount of damage. With Entropiq Prague fielding themselves ramp control, they're going to try to turn their attention back, clear out more of this map. As the flanks come through, you can see Ambush are going to once again pressure this angle. completely dry about it, but not yet to clear Sun. He doubles down, and M4 recovered, and they're going to take it quickly into this B site. See if they can't get the plant before rotations are made. SBT still here looking to play his life. 1v1s are required, but Morisco shut it down. But he has done his job. Sixers made his way in. And he'll continue to try to work this up. Entropiq Prague have slowed it down. The bomb, though, still lingering around the B steps as Sixer positions on a bit more of an aggro angle with this op, looking to isolate the picks. And a rare miss from him could allow them passageway into the site. The flashbang completely blinds him up. And they still have a weapon to work with. This one isn't all for nothing, but looks like as they continue to play against this timer, it might be. Sixer, with finally a reimbursed shot, puts it into a 1-on-2. Hones, very, very winnable, though, even though he's on 3 HP. All it takes is one nice conversion, and that could be the one to deliver. Daviduvak with 24 seconds looks to try to get aggro for this pick again. Very aggressive as ambush, and even though it comes down to the 1v1, they'll walk away on top with an op recovered as well. And look at the cash on Daviduvak, $14,000. Oh, this is those odds that I was talking about. They're just going to start to tip back and forth, and now very, very, I'd say, favored in the way of ambush. It's only going to keep going from there, as Entropiq Prague on their T side have fizzled out almost entirely, and there hasn't really been a reason to expect much more from them. Well, I guess that last round could be something to work with, right? It's an eco you walk in with pistols, you find 4 kills, you put yourselves in a winning situation. It's just unfortunate that a couple of the 1v1s don't go the way they would have anticipated or hoped. Well, another opportunity arises for Entropiq Prague to try to make something of this half. I mean, this map is usually said to be favored in the T side, but Entropiq Prague aren't really doing that justice right now as Sixer looks to swing back through. No way they walk up in the A ramp. No way they do this. Entropiq Prague, they have no idea about this happening. The smoke, though, has pushed the Opera away, single-handedly playing around this smoke. There's once again 3 members here from Ambush. Wazink around this smoke is going to trade out his teammate in Sixer. Still a very favorable trade, though, and that's double time. Morisco, a great adaptation to catch Daviduvak. And I guess that last round is going to be proving grounds for them. Sun, last man remaining over at the B site. There's a couple of low HP players for the member of the Prague team. And he could start to deliver on some kills here shortly. Still very low as Quartz. A nade could connect onto him for a finalized frag. An ambush, you played this well to get the rotations in time around the smoke. Sun, I actually almost thought he spotted somebody. But there's so much justice that needs to be done. Less than a minute to go, and there's no utility for this T side. And Molotov's come through as well. Wazing spotted, but he finds the kill. And it's still not Quartz. I'm so worried for Entropiq Prague right now. Above the smoke, Zone might have an angle, but he actually won't connect for anything just yet. Continuing to just make footsteps. 38 seconds, the smoke's gonna fade. And the kill is found by AJT, putting it all onto the shoulders of Wazink, who spots the bomb over in the pillar. And now they're going to try to see if they can't isolate this pick. You don't really want to get this bomb down just yet. Want to wait for Quartz's assistance, but still on 1 HP. They're trying to force out the peak to come through. Bomb now actually going to be stuck down as he comes through from CT from Guardian. He spots them both. Low HP is AJT around this headshot box. Headshot not connected, though. And a hero play is delivered for an Entropiq second. There is still time to make something of this game. Well, at least that's something, and even bigger so is the fact that the buy right now isn't great from Ambush. You can see 2 players without rifles. Alongside that, they go on to a save if they lose this, or lose 3 players. Well, I wouldn't say a save, but still, won't be great. All it takes is a close round and then a conversion to pretty much knock Ambush off the top throne. Knock him down a peg, but still not going to be anywhere near an advantage for you right now as Sun gets a bit more aggressive over at the B steps. We've yet to see something like this from Ambush in this map. Because even though it hasn't been passive, usually the aggression's been other facets of it. Passive from both units. Shoulder's going to be spotted. This could be a free kill as he hears footsteps walking back through. He takes the freebie one and gets out of dodge. A great opener. And from the SMG, no less, an extra $600 added to the kill reward. And now they look to batten down the hatches on the A defense with 2 of the rifles currently being here. Sixer and Devaduvac, two members you do not want to go against when they're in red hot form. And Morisco may just give it the challenge with a lackluster set of utility. They're going to try to contact their way through. JT's at least done some due diligence in middle to put us back into a 4-on-4 as kills continue to be traded out. I wonder if Entropiq Prague continue their commitment into the A side. It looks like they won't. You can start to see them making a quick adjustment, or I think I was just dead wrong, actually. Sixer! Oh my god, that's a leg shot! Not enough for a kill, but it does give enough info over to Devaduvac, who dumps in the nade. And now, that's the straw that breaks the ice. That's what gives them the adjustment. The rotation's going to be made in time, though, and Devo is going to be here to meet them at the seams. Only a flashbang left on the arsenal of the CT side with 19 seconds to go. They've got to pressure into the site. They can't slow down whatsoever. A flash comes through in response. But Devo continued to catch 1v1s on the cross. Bit shaky on the spray, but comes out with the kill. AJT punches in the numbers to put us into another 2-on-2 retake as that Molotov does not spread in Deviduvac's favor. The exact scenario we saw last round, but this time it's the reversal on the HP bars. AJT, though, could still cause to be a hero around the generator. SBT doesn't look the right way, and it amounts to a kill. Sixer still dancing back and forth around it, pulls out the USP, and he doesn't get the kill! AJT flicks for the headshot, another multi-kill, wins Entropiq around. I thought that was certainly an ambush round. He pulls out the pistol. He knew he was low. He just needed to connect one bullet, but just couldn't get it off in time. Really well played by Entropiq Prague, and it comes down to the wire, but it could spin the tides of this game. I don't know if they know if they're against an eco yet, though. I mean, they could have an indicator considering two of the weapons in the previous round, so maybe a bit of halting to their aggression on the T side. I'm gonna slow it down, see if they can't get an opener for free. Timing is everything, though. As Sun walks in the middle, of course he'll win it. And there shouldn't be too much to worry about for Entropiq in this round. So, Ambush now need to reconsider what they do, because after that 7-1 start, Entropiq Prague, again, could start to show some, demand some respect. You're probably not going to have an off into the next investment if you're Ambush. So, one of your aces in the hole, or actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say that, because I kind of want to say that Sixer's AWP has had way less of an impact than he has on other weaponry. We saw him with the rifles getting super aggro, holding super aggressive angles, fighting 2Ks, 3Ks around the board. But with the AWP, it just feels like he's consistently whiffing, getting leg shots, not really connecting. And I wonder if it's just him with the AWP not feeling it today, or if maybe he's in his own head after wielding it. Well, I mean, I think they know it's going to be an aTTaX. I'm pretty sure they heard the footsteps over in the ramp. But Sixer does not care to wait. He wants to find the frag first. Hones, though, has caught the timing, slipped the gap over into the B site. And while the footsteps, again, are heard, SBT probably wouldn't expect them to be this close against just the USPs. Even if he did, what can you really do? Everybody falls left, right, center. A squeaky clean round from Entropiq Prague as they're now 3 in the deficit. And another note to keep in the back of your minds for the likes of Entropiq Prague is CT rounds at this stage are going to come 2 for the price of 1. So you win here, you're looking at 7-6. You're only 1 real conversion away from tying the game and potentially walking into the CT side with a lead. And if you do a bit of digging on these teams, they're both very CT sided. Entropiq Prague, I think, a bit more so. Like 60-40, something like that. So the T side is going to be a bit shaky from both of these teams, but Ambush have been so offensive on the CT side, I can't imagine they slow it down on the offense. Walking into the ramp room, Morisco's going to get caught on a timing mean. Another opener goes the way of Entropiq. Sixer. I said the impact he's had with the rifle, this time only good for 1. Now it's going to be left down to the reins of Sun in from CT spawn. Still needs to double down. 1-for-1 trades aren't the name of the game at this stage. Again, Quartz is left in one of these 2-on-2s. With a respectable amount of health taken off of his bar, the utility's a bit shot as well. It's actually mirrored on both sides of the coin. SBT and Devaduvac hunt for information. And around this smoke, they spot nothing out in middle with a minute left to go. Entropiq Prague are probably going to make a great dive into the A site, see if they can't get the bomb down and play the post plant from there. Or maybe not. Still, though, SBT lingers around this B site, eagerly waiting for Entropiq Prague to make their mark. And that's exactly what Deviduvac's going to do at A. I like this play, especially knowing how low Quartz might be. It's a good call in my mind. But SBT's barrel, is it sticking out? I'm actually not too sure. I think they see it. Yeah, definitely. Quartz is positioned on it. The M4A1S is going to cause him a big problem. And SBT timing is everything. I don't think he walks away with this kill. No, most certainly he doesn't. And daviduvek is now solo in this clutch. He's got a nade that could be good for the kill into Quartz. But how can you possibly position it correctly? He doesn't. So now his anonymity factor is given away. They can try to position in for this. Just play the trades. See where it goes from there. Quartz around the generator. He's got some assistance in from Triple. Here's the footsteps. And he gets the kill, but can he find the second? Probably not. Nade bounces back through. He's got 8 HP to work with. It have to be flawless, especially on the A1S. The X-ray is off, but Hones' aim is not. Entropiq Prague, 4 rounds in a row, is ambush, are losing their minds for answers. Now they'll need to try to plug in the extra 5 mice and use code WINNER10 at checkout. I see what I did there. They make you an eco god, bro. The script writes itself. Like, it's insane how many times I've seen ecos won after I say strap in the extra 5 mice. AJT, is he going to catch the shoulder of Sun? No, just baited out 4Cs. That goes in for a peek, but they've double stacked it up around the generator. Worrying about a mid push, having a perfect read on what the economy from ambush is. Only 1 round behind after this one, or at least assumingly considering, rather assuming that nothing incredible happens. It shouldn't, with 1v1s like that given right back over. So now ambush, this once triumphant lead of 7-1 started to crumble in front of their very eyes. Again, we're going to see one more investment, but still, with how the cast looks, I'm not... Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I kind of like this. Clearing out all these avenues, it could be big. Where does this bomb rotate through? That's the kicker. Oh, and Wazing's just delivered the kill into Hones as well. Gonna bring that bomb into the B-stop. Sixer's going to get a chance to strike on 40 HP. Morisco! Oh my god! He clears the corner! And on 4 HP, he only needed to connect 1 bullet, but Sixer, he played it so well and so smart, it's just not good enough. Well, I lied to you. The op will be brought back in, but Sixer now minus either armor or utility. Still not the greatest as we enter one of the most impactful rifle rounds so far in the game. Apparently the extra 5 mice were not plugged in there for ambush. They almost were. They almost used code WINNER10. Anywho, super fast play from Entropiq Prague, going to the B site, taking a lot of damage from the shrapnel, from the Molotovs, burning away at their toes. But the first pick is all they found so far. SBT on the fadeaway connects another headshot. And Entropiq Prague are now leveled going into the B site, try to test their luck at the other facet of the map, where Sixer is ready and waiting with his AWP, still trying to make a big impact with it. And I mean, even if you're Entropiq Prague and you lose these next 2 rounds, it ends 9-6, you can be happy with this score considering the deficit you were facing at one point. It's pretty good, all things considered. But obviously, there's still a lot of round to go. We've seen them pull situations like this back before in the previous couple of rounds. But again, now walking into the opposite Sixer, that's a free 1v1. He doesn't drop those. Neither does daviduvek, clearly. Left all into AJ2. You've seen him deliver massive multi-kills before. Sixer, no way. He just takes this peek, and it's not the greatest. Now you've lost your op going into the last round. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover it, but that's probably his mission at this point. Don't let them get that weapon. In fact, maybe he even throws it out of the map. You could see him trying to find it. Or maybe he's trying to find a path into this A site. Playing around the smoke is daviduvek, but the first fight's going to be taken by SBT. All around headshot. AJT's doubled up again. He's going to give this one a bit of a crack. No reason not to as the smoke comes up to the site. daviduvek spotted. And now we're into a 1-on-2. He hasn't picked up the op, but he's certainly picked up a bit of info here, knowing there's an extra man on the flank. Bomb going to be allowed to go down. Regardless of how this goes at this point, you've got to be happy for AJT. Coming through on the flank, Sun's going to deliver the final kill. And man, was that close. Three kills delivered. Look, that's pretty doomsday scenario if you're Ambush. Now you've got players who aren't really going to afford rifles in this next round. I mean, maybe. Still, though, it's not going to be great whether you're missing util, whether you don't have kits on some players, whether you don't have head armor. Something's going to be missing from this investment. Not as much as I thought, though. Apparently, I was just completely wrong when it came to that facet. Well, here we are into the final of the first. Entropiq Prague have one more to try to answer back with. Again, smiles still on their faces after what this half once looked like. And Marisco doesn't want to let it end 8-6, or rather, doesn't want to let it end 9-6, but I don't know if he has a choice as the kill is instantly traded back out from Devaduvek. They're going to once again test their luck in through middle, but Sixers positioned up in time. But the AWP keeps around the smoke for a double, and the flash comes through a bit too late. A 2-on-4 for Quirts and Hones. With one kill delivered back, it still might not be enough. Sixer wants to take matters into his own hands as he walks up for a triple. It's left to Hones on 1 HP. And he'd need a hat trick of his own if he wants to answer back with an Entropiq 7th round. Again, though, hats off for what they've accomplished, and now they've given themselves a fighting chance going into that CT side. But a pistol conversion from Ambush could lead to the beginning of the end. Again, this map is said to be two-sided. The only info we have on both of these teams is just the results of previous lingering above them. Knowing that both T-sides have historically been fairly weak, Ambush will either have to change that around or allow Entropiq to potentially swing back on their map pick. But the pistol could tell all. Because the same goes for an Entropiq conversion. They win it, they get a tie game, and who knows where the bleeding stops. A little more utility than I'm used to be seeing invested on the CT side. I mean, even though it's not the most I've ever seen, like a Molotov flash and smoke combo is usually something that's very uncommon on the CT side. You might see one or the other, whether one player goes down to that molly or one goes down to the smoke and flash. You don't usually see both, and Entropiq Prague, like the buy they've gone into it with, do the same thing when it comes to the take. Bit unorthodox, walking 3 players into middle, and they'll be here for a quick flank over on ramp if Quirts goes down the ladder. But it looks like they're just going to opt to play retake, or maybe try to deny this bomb plant. That might be the Molotov's intention for Hones. He's going to wait for these digits to be punched in. This smoke might actually fade by the time they can get this bomb down. Flash comes up, Molly doesn't. Winding up the man inside hall, but it's not necessary for the kill. 2 come back for the CT side, make it 3. The bomb's gone down, sure, but the post plant's starting to be leveled out. Even tapping away the bomb, Devaduvek wants to deliver back on the P250, but it's left all up to Sixer, and he doesn't spot out. Quirts coming in from the flank. Entropiq Prague with a pistol round win convincingly locked themselves into a 7-9 deficit. M4s instantly invested. I'm surprised to see 3 A4s? Really? Look, I'm not going to lie, and I'm not even going to talk them down. I like the A4. I use the A1S, but I don't like it. I hate it. I love the A4 way more. And it's not like it got nerfed, right? So I always kind of understand seeing people on A4s, because if you were good with it before, if you liked it before, and if you found big success with it before, there's no real reason to change. It didn't get changed. Oh, well, maybe there is. Who knows if he gets that kill with an A1S? Oh my god, Wazink! He's walked up into the A site, only gets 2, but the 3rd stolen from him. There's going to be an instant save call from Entropiq Prague. You can't feasibly consider going for this, can you? Maybe if this kill's delivered on a Sixer, but it's not. AJT cuts his losses, calls it a day, lets double digits go in the favor of Ambush. And after what looked like a pistol that was going to mount them a way to get back into this game, they're sent right back out of it. Who knows where map 2 goes either, right? With how oppressive Ambush looked on their CT side. That can cause to hurt you a lot more on Inferno. Oppressive teams can dismantle opponents. LOL. Entropiq Prague now going on to a little bit of a forced buy of their own. As things turn once again to the worst. Still slight favorites now, as the odds shift ever so much in that favor. And now they could start to really eat away at this. But look at Wazink, man. Unreplicable 2K, but still a way to grant them back into this lead scenario nonetheless. With all three of those A4s recovered, there's nothing but rifles across this T side, moving their way quickly up into the A side. Rather, I thought they were going to go quickly into the A ramp, but slowing it down, seeing what Entropiq Prague gave him. Almost 2 kills answered up instantly, but still damage is more than taken. AK of Wazink wants to replicate some success from the previous round, but the only men finding openers is Quartz all the way through on that flank. It forces their hand into the A site, try to make things work. Flash comes up, Marisco peeks in, and it's an advantage given right back, but still some good damage dealt. Workable if you're in Entropiq Prague right now, but without a smoke, SBT could catch a man or two unbeknowingly. Clearing out that crane angle. There was a man here before. Can't blame him for hard posting on it. AJT completely blind up. Catches 2 members. Spins for a third. Only takes 1 MP9 to decimate ambush. And Sixers now left in an unwinnable 1-on-4. The bomb's retrieved, sure, but what do you possibly get done here? He goes back to the B side. It'll more than be heard. The rotation will be made by Quartz, and maybe a panic rotate too. Everybody's starting to vacate right now. Now starting to move their way back through. Hones is getting a little bit suspicious of the lack of noise over at B with 25 seconds to go. Sixers' goal is probably only like a kill or 2 in a bomb plant. Give yourself a breathing chance on this T side, and now as he's been spotted, he just decides to take the bomb plant before things get too far to hand. Take what you can get as he goes back in towards side hall. I will give him a chance because there's some players who are 1 bullet from falling, and he tries to catch 1v1s. A dink comes through at long range. Look at all the red health bars, but Hones holds his nerve, gets the angle on top of the sight boxes, and the defuse comes through with rifles to be picked up once more. Back and forth go these rounds, but eventually it should start to favor one team or the other. But this is such a miraculous play from AJT. A hero delivered when they need it, and he has been that this entire game. You look back on the T side where he would consistently deliver 2Ks towards the end to guarantee them post-plant rounds. Right there, he picks up 3. And he's the man who started to emerge from the pack to save Entropiq from the hole they were once in. And he does it once again, not wanting to let them go back into the dark ages. Utility's not that great from ambush, but the weaponry isn't that bad. I mean, Sixer's been able to invest into an AWP, probably with the extra kill and bomb plant he was able to get. Flashing back in, though, Entropiq Prague want to get aggro for this opener. Won't find it. But they do get some decent map control. They're going to flash back in again. They are, but they get punished for it this time. A 1-for-1 trade, but that AK should be picked up by one of the lower-tiered weapons. Still extra damage going to be inflicted on by the HE. Not as much as I would have expected. I thought a flash was going to perfectly blind up Marisco, but it's quite the opposite. He just doesn't hone in on one target, though. So he doesn't walk away with anything. Quartz finishes the food of SBT. But now it might just be up to playing the retake. A minute to go, the op of Sixers posted on the angle. I think he spotted the barrel of Quartz, but he spotted himself. Tucking back into elevator, Wazink wants to work with this MAC-10 again. This bomb's going to be allowed to go down, though. There's really nothing you can say about it except try to work for this post plant. Caught with a pinpull, though. He'll get the smoke out in time, and it's going to be left into a 2-on-3 that's starting to be won by ambush. AJT once again has to be a hero. Smoke comes through in towards side hall. A flash goes over, and another one's about to bloom in. This time on the bomb as the tap comes through. He upgrades to the MAC-10. Devidu back through the smoke. Finds the frag and eases the nerve of ambush. Once again, we're trading rounds. Well, oh well. Finally, it looks like the tides have been broken, and Entropiq Prague call it a save. Because at some point, you got to realize whoever loses 2 rounds in a row takes an extra 1 on the chin as well, considering the next would be their eco. And if you keep trying to trade these rounds back and forth, if that keeps happening over and over again, This game will progress and progress, and as the stages get later, it'll get even more difficult to eat back away at that lead. So Entropiq Prague decide to take their 4th L. Or maybe not. With all this aggressive positioning, they've been allowed to get in on this flank. Entropiq Prague are going to play it somewhat safe on the A site. Maybe trying to delay for time, but this time deadlock has an inkling suspicion that somebody's here, and his suspicion's right. Creeping up for the kill. aJT still around the wall. Could find a trade, but no. Clearing all his little nooks and crannies. deadlock entried with a 2K. Owns. Good catch a frag. No armor. Aim punch, too big of a deal to go against. 12-8, 4 from closing it. Ambusher very close to stealing the map pick of Entropiq Prague. Once again, starting to lean towards the favorites. And this is a massive, massive rifle round. You lose this, you might just go on to lose the map. You'd be down 14-8. You would need 6 in a row just to tie up the game. And against this volatile of an ambush force, I don't think that's a possibility. Sixer wants the opener. Oh my god, it always worries me seeing people throw in that nade, because I know it's starting to become meta to just jump that nade off the rip. You do a lot of damage if it's a B rush. If not, it's not like you're wasting much. But still, man, it always gives me anxiety to see somebody potentially get picked off within the first, like, 20 seconds. Could still happen, though, as deadlock catches his head, trades through, but you still got a whole hell of a lot to deal with coming up to the B site. They're not going to slow down because you've delivered 1 kill. aJT is going to need a hell of a lot more. Dancing around the generator, the flash comes through, and he might just have it. deadlock tries to get the bomb down, and he successfully does so, but Sixer posted on the angle. He tried to find the shot and connects for not only 1, but damage onto the 2nd. They both tuck into these post plants. They're just going to try to line up themselves to deny this bomb defusal if they try to stick it behind that smoke. Quartz on 1 HP, almost falls. And now boosting on top of it, leaves it to the lone up and Sixer. Sticking the bomb, Lecker above the box is going to be spotted, doesn't deliver the kill, and Sixer now vacates the angle. You've just given up the round. I don't think there's much you can do. A full 10-second defuse required. Lecker trying to play protect the president and does it the last second. If that shot was connected, who knows where the round goes, but definitely not in Ambush's favor. Entropiq Prague, it was a big rifle round to convert, but they get it nonetheless. Not the most convincing, but it's a start. Still a buy to come back through, this time minus the AWP, and Sixer, he did so much to try to keep them in contention for that round. In the 4-on-2, not only does he deliver a kill, he does damage onto another. But now it looks like Morisco is going to steal kills away from him with his own weapon. Hearing footsteps over at the A ramp, they've been so prevalent at flashing back in, and I think Ambush are trying to play around that fact. Wazing's prepped so close, almost doubles down, but it's SBT getting the extra. Still perched at the back of the site to trade. His 2 for 1, beneficial for him as the smoke blooms over an elevator. aJT's gonna come through it, and it's a free kill for Sixer. 1v2, Hones now spotted as he comes up through it as well. Sixer doubles up. It's the rifles for him that have been killing it. 28 and 13. I told you, man, you let him get started and you'll be paying the ultimate price for it. Another save now needing to be taken. It was just delayed by 1 round. And this is Ambush's chance to start to make him eat this. Or, wait, no, they're going for an investment. Oh, Lord. Oh, boy. This play is a bit shaky. They've got to make something happen here. SBT all the way pushed up in middle. He's got a teammate behind him as he swings through. He spots out 2 of them, even going back in for a repeat. Kills come through tenfold. 3-on-3, though, as aJT is once again delivered with a massive multi-kill. Gets the gun, gets out of dodge, drops the bomb, and causes Ambush to be pressured. Sixer, even if he falls here, this is big info to spot out, because now you know that man's not in middle. The bomb is for free retrieval. Wazink, though, look at his angle coming through on connector. Round lives and dies with what he gets done. He delivers a kill. We go back into a 2-on-2. You've got a still low man on the likes of aJT. Splitting the bill is deadlock. Spotting aJT as well. Again, they didn't know that there were 2 members here, but they will soon if they come through. Spotting the back of Hones. And he can't deliver with the kill just yet. It's Lecker in a 1-on-2. Deagle in hand, but the bomb actually wasn't spotted, so I wonder if he's going to know this. Doesn't look like he's too aggro to peek in just yet, but with 50 seconds, deadlock's the one taking initiative. He's already mounted 3 kills, and now Lecker's like, maybe that bomb's still dropped all the way deep in the middle, and I think there's another gun to be picked up if he goes deep as well. But again, just holding the line. Seeing what's granted to him, the answer is nothing. And I wonder if we were having some tech issues there, because it looked a bit weird. And yeah, the attack pause instantly called through. No real surprise. Was going to say, I mean, he definitely looked like he was lagging out. But that's a big deal. He's reconnecting, so I assume he'll be fine. But that's such a big deal because they're going into an eco round. This is going to be map point. Oh, is his keyboard having issues? That's unfortunate. Yeah, USPs, P250s, and Deagles at the very most. And they're going to need 6 concurrent successful rounds to try to claw this one back. We saw on that T side, they were able to spin it around and get 5. It's not like they were completely helpless when they were down in a deficit, but they still never came away with that lead. It was a 9-6 end. They only got those 5 rounds in a row. I say only. It's still a big accomplishment. But I also feel like a problem right now for Entropiq Prague is just the fact that the only member showing up consistently is AJT. Everybody is still so far behind him. And I mean, it's somewhat likewise from Ambush, but you've got 2 players showing up alongside a little bit of assistance from Wazink and Sun when it just comes to impact frags. But Sixer, he has been dragging his team through the mud. A 2 KD, even into the, 25th round? It's incredible to see how consistent he's able to find all this success. And it's surprising to say that it's not really with the AWP. Because even when he delivers massive kills with the AWP, they haven't led to converted rounds. It's the rifles that have really been doing the dirty work for him. I wonder if we have any updates on what's going on here. 3-minute ETA. Wow. Probably switching out keyboards. Tell you, that wouldn't happen with an extra fly keyboard, though. It wouldn't have. If he was code winner 10 at checkout, that 10% discount on the extra fly keyboards, wouldn't be in this situation, man. All I'm saying. Gotta throw it out there. Yeah, but Ambush, this is so convincing from them. I mean, we come into this series, and I say, I'm not necessarily with the odds here. Entropiq Prague were favored 3 to 1.4, but I can only assume that's because of the lack of knowledge we have on what Ambush can do. But I'm not surprised to start to see them take helm of this game. And I feel like it still goes into what I said in the pregame of, right, just having that experience under your belt. You get off to a good start, and with all of these young guns, these young players, it's going to be harder to make those adaptations against very, very deeply rooted veterans who know what they're doing. When something for you doesn't work, it's going to be difficult for you to find an answer, more so than your opponents, your counterparts. I dog on having experience on your roster and, like, the very big impact having quote-unquote experience is for a team, but that is one of the factors that you have to keep in mind. They're very good at making adaptations on the fly, not letting too many rounds slip through them. But we're back into it nonetheless, though. It is still that eco, so there's not much to talk about. They're just going for 5 USPs, playing for the next round, really. They don't really have any other choices, though. I mean, 3 players on 1,900 buckaroos. I don't think you can even afford, like, a P250. Stacking up the A site. Ambush are going in this direction, but they don't even have a flash to come in for their their trademarked flashback into A ramp. They're going to get mowed down by SBT. Good enough for 1 kill, but not good enough for anywhere close to a round. Hones tries to deny this plant to come through, but he should be spotted here shortly. Offering up these 1v1s, though, I mean, they're giving him a little more room than he should be allowed. SBT, though, dumps an 8 over for his 4th on the round. And Ambush take map point with stride. 6 chances to send us to Inferno, somewhere where they'll probably look a bit more comfortable, even more so than here. Because I said, if that little bit of spark we got to see from them on their CT side has anything to show or tell us about Inferno, things are going to get a lot worse. Well, here we go into what could be the last round of the match. AWP invested on Hones. They've got all the weaponry necessary to try to find success. Utility's a different story, though, is behind the smoke. Lecker wants to spam. You could see he was potentially going to do it. Backs away, though, before things get too hairy. Flash comes through again, and Lecker uses it to find an opening pick. SBT's got the trade. And tenfold, they're right back into this one. A 3-on-3 turns 3-on-2 with Quartz continuing to deal damage in from the back of the site. As Util pours through, he just takes a passive angle, hoping to play for rotations. These footsteps are going to be too far away to be heard as well. They've gotten themselves some cover, though, to try to get this bomb down, tapping it through. I thought Quartz was almost certainly going to jump up to try to find the kill, but he might do it on this second tap. No, still playing it more disciplined and safe. A flash and a smoke left to go on this CT side. Now expended is that flash, and that was probably their ace in the hole here. Smoke still could go on the bomb. It's going to rely on what they can get done when it comes to the kill feed. Daviduvak, SBT, to try to close this game out, trying to play against the timer. There's actually no kits to go for Entropiq Prague, so this could be a big factor here. AJT can't spot out the kill, but still connects onto it in the end. A 1-on-3 as they get right back on this bomb. Owns above the smoke with the AWP. If he didn't get that kill, the game was over, but Quartz should be able to get this defused through. Not by very long, but still a team ace no less secures Entropiq Prague at the bare minimum double digits. Still, you need 5 more. And it's not like you're going to be going through easy street anytime soon. Going right back against another investment, and if you allow ambush a plant in this round, you're probably going to keep going against them. And they're just going to keep going up towards A. I mean, it almost worked last round, right? One more kill, and it's a completely different situation. You're already heading to Inferno. Eventually, something might just work. Maybe they'll make a mistake. One error, and they'll just take it across the finish line. Walking their way up. Gonna be heard getting off of this boost. Wozink's gonna catch him with their head turn. Oh my god, the timing is impeccable. But Lecker overextends just a little bit. This is what I was talking about. You'll need a flash in the pan round to go your way. Morisco now moves up towards the crane peak. Now up inside hall as SBT working another pick back. On 1 HP, trade still are tenfold there. A minute to go as they continue to dump their utility into the site. 3 smokes remain. Not going to have utility to stop this bomb plant from coming through, but that's going to do it. Quartz with that kill. Start going to cause some issues here for the ambush offense. Continuing to deliver on kills. Wozink! He's a win condition here. Look how low Daviduvak is. Plant going to come through. AJT could come swinging in as well, but the kills are traded back out through the box and in through elevator. Entropiq Prague won't let the successful round come through yet. An ambush might just use that to take this one as their interim eco. Get that out of the way so you can invest for the rest of the game. But we're starting to see a reason for Entropiq Prague in some of these rounds, man. I mean, look. 2-on-2, 3-on-3. They've been able to close it out from that point forward. Denying bomb plants, not letting them actually get that round in. And when we go into this next buy from them, they'll assumingly have a ton of utility, which has usually been the big inhibitor for them. They haven't had that many flashbangs to go for their like very well-known flashback into the A ramp and get a couple of kills. They haven't had nades and mollies to stop a plant from coming down. Now when they do, will something change? Well, we still got to get through the eco first before we can talk about that. Couple of pistols and the likes of Deagles, Tech 9, a P250. Don't even have SBT investing on more than a Glock. Oh, but that one spotted. Won't matter though, as Daviduvak goes good for the first. Did he see the extra man? No, he didn't. As AJT trades out the 1v1, that could have been a massive man advantage to start working with, but he gives himself back up. "55 seconds left. Entropiq Prague looking to hold tall on this A side. Have done it 4 in the past couple of rounds. And this is going to be the end game, I think, from Ambush. I mean, the bomb's still over towards the sandbag here, and Son does not look to back away. He's got a Deagle. One little bit of a glimpse could give him a headshot back into this round, but now just going on top of the boxes. Kills are going to start to level out this scoreboard. So, no. That's what I was talking about, man. Don't give him headshots, because he'll take him to the bank. Getting 2 on the board. The Molotov misses. Should be allowed to get the bomb down, and that's the end goal here. Not only have they gotten 3 kills, but they get a bomb plant. They get a winnable scenario, but not for much longer. Sun falls, Sixer on the P250, can't get anything back, and actually a headshot I think would have killed Quartz there, though. Still very, very accomplished in the end, and that op is going to be a bit too far from retrieving, so they slow it down. Give it some time to get back towards that B site. And get the heaviest weaponry and vest of the round back in their hands. Very well done, though, by Ambush. I mean, also think back to when deadlock gives himself up over at the B site, potentially trying to create space for them. If he stays alive there, if it's a 5v4, how does that round look? Certainly not pleasing, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, no, here's what I'm saying. Now you've got all of the bits of utility, everything you could ask for if you're Entropiq Prague. So now the only reason that they'd lose is by bare minimum getting outplayed. And again, Ambush just put most of this presence up into the A site, posted up on the crane peak. Sixer's there, but the smoke blooms to deny him vision. So no opening pick comes with the AWP yet. In fact, it's only damage going the way of Entropiq Prague as a nade bounces over the top. Extra util comes through alongside that flash. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, they do it time and time again. And it's so difficult to counter, almost impossible with the random timings that it can happen at. Now, look at all this utility usage, man. I mean, 45 seconds off of the clock, and not only is an opening pick been delivered, but look at it. 3 smokes, a flash, and a molly. That's all that's left on Entropiq right now. Scope wants to go back for this opener, but Sun's got another headshot, 3 on 5, and things are starting to take a deadly turn. One of your most accomplished players in this game's just been taken down. deadlock entirely cleared off the B site, and Ambush make their move. Rotating accordingly to it. He does not back down. Hones has made his rotation through. AWP may be hurt in CT spawn, but he does not give him the privilege of a peek. 40 seconds to go. This bomb is certainly going down. They've dropped in a smoke, and deadlock still sits on this close corner. They've got a good inkling of clearing him out, but the shots just aren't connected. AJT, the only time he doesn't deliver is at the most crucial moment. And he was the only way that you could get back into this round as Sixer finds the last man above the smoke. The Guardian angle is cleared 16-12, and Ambush sneak away the map pick of Entropiq Prague at the end. It's just a big lead in the end that can't be overcome, and now we see what they can get done. Heading to Ambush's home turf of Inferno, can they stay alive? maybe that game is closer, and maybe even it's Entropiq Prague favored if they don't go off to a 7-1 start. Ambush really took that initial lead the distance, and it got to Entropiq Prague in the long run. Now a chance at redemption is they don't have to let that happen again. They've got a good defense to stack up against it as well. In fact, 3, maybe even a 4th soon, cheating over towards this B site. And Ambush, after taking car control, decide to put their foot on the brake for a second to see what they can't really start to get done. And this is going to be a difficult crossfire to break apart, right? 1v1s may seem to be taken by at least the Oranges player, but when it comes to Nubox and Emo joining in on the fray, man, oh man, do things get difficult, especially if you're not looking the right way. Hones finds first blood, and everybody's going to start to swing through. The kills are traded back and forth, not knowing of an extra man over an Emo. Now the Gambit soul, the flash comes through with the info given, and Lecker taps away to a beautiful couple of one-taps. Mount Entropiq Prague, a 1v4 on this pistol. SPT in CT spawns, good for the head of Quartz. But now he's got to work back all these extra kills with a USP. Smoke comes through to block off CT, so he can do just that. Morisco's posted up, the first man to take a fight on the angle. Jumping around, it looks like. Actually, I thought he was going to be able to get that kill, but no. 1v2, SPT trying to make a round out of this as he looks to continuously dance behind that smoke, but not being quiet anymore as there's only 16 seconds left. Second Oranges in Nubox, that's where the setup is. Missing the initial shot, but Lecker recapitalizes for a third, and Entropiq Prague take themselves that pistol round. Very well done by them, and also a really good read on that defense. Super quick on rotations, played their lives extremely well. Yeah, I mean, that's really all it is. Now going for the force buy. Both teams really want to get their foot in the door on this second round, but this cannot be understated. Lecker, a beautiful couple of taps to win that round. Who knows what happens if this kill doesn't come through, right? I mean, if SBT is allowed to isolate that extra 1v1, if he hard clears him, it could be a different round. But right back to the aggression up towards Banana. AJT's about to find a whole hell of a lot of them, looking for the 4th Dixer. Thankfully gets the trade, but the damage has already been done. The MP9, it's a consolation prize if they go up to the B side at this point. You're going to get mowed down, Lecker. He wants to end it off with another big multi-kill. Sun really demands some respect with a 1 Deacon on 1 HP. Morisco is still a bit close for a wear, but Entropiq Prague take a quick second, and a third should come behind it. The odds, I mean, now, after the results of the previous map, convincingly in the favor of Ambush, and it will be for quite some time until Entropiq Prague give a demanding reason otherwise. But, I mean, I do like what we've seen so far from Ambush. They've just shown that they're not going to be giving them any respect off the bat. They're not going to be playing it passive and patient and boring. Ambush, they've probably going to show us something super aggressive this game. I mean, we saw it on the CT side and a lot of the offensive vertigo. Again, I just can't imagine we see something different coming onto a map like Inferno where it's awarded a lot more. But this round is definitely not going to be one we're talking about. Not even armor to work with on these Deagles. But, okay, well, Sun makes it work. And we saw one of the rounds like this where Ambush made it fairly close with these pistols towards the butt end of Vertigo, where Devaduvek ended up finding an opener on the B site, gave himself away, and we still went down to like a, what, 1v1, 2v2? Oh my, I thought Sun was just going to pop a bullet in through that smoke, and it almost would have connected onto Lecker in the corner. And now they test their luck over at the A site. Quartz and Pit spotted out, doesn't commit to the fight, just drops in the smoke and calls for rotations. Now they want to go back towards B as the smoke fades. They're going to be met by a Molotov. And unfortunately, considering the timer, you won't have the liberty of waiting that one out. You're just going to have to go straight through it. The good thing is that Lecker is the only man here as he drops it in. Do they path through it to get into this B site? No, they are going to wait it out. That means now there's an extra man to deal with, and there's nothing to help them cross on CT. 12 seconds. Timer's starting to tick down, and Lecker is once again delivered. 3 on the board. At this point, you just want to try to find the kill if you're Sixer, but no dice. Lecker, he has showed up so far in this map. And in the very end, the M4 shot over to him too, so, hey, nice. Now we get to see a replay of that. As we applaud Lecker in these first couple of rounds. Good stuff, good stuff. But again, now it comes down to the meat of the bone. The rifle rounds to see what this team is actually made out of. Same goes for Entropiq. You win this round right here, we'll see a start akin to what Ambush pulled off on Vertigo. Now we'll start to see what the util game has to play into this one as well, because that's usually a very big story on this map. Better util usage usually amounts to a win. And this is just another reason for it. We saw them so volatile with the flash peaks over on Vertigo, and they continue it here. But into Banana instead of into Ramp. And they found themselves a nice little double to kick off their campaign in this one. No trade potential allowed as SBT, Devaduvac, and Sixer now need to get their hands dirty, and they most certainly do. Devaduvac, worse for wear on 9 HP. They found the opening pick to potentially cause something of a ruckus over in the A site. With the low HP in a couple of these members, I don't think it's going to matter how many picks you find. Still not favoring you whatsoever as SBT dances around the hay bale zones. Will level him down. Traded out in pit. You still aren't going to expect another man here in the likes of Quartz. They definitely think that smoke was just a fake as the bomb's thrown over. It looks like he wants to take a post-plant angle here. And again, we'll be none the wiser to somebody hearing here. And yeah, no, the reload comes through. You can't answer back. Not possible at that stage as Devaduvac left in an unwinnable 1-on-3. And even spotted behind the box, Quartz levels him down quickly. Entropiq Prague get themselves a fourth, denying a plant. Rather, not denying a plant. Still, should be able to make something of the next round. Probably going to see another investment. You're at max loss. You've got a buy behind you, or a bomb plant behind you. So I like it. And it's good to see from Entropiq Prague because we didn't get to see a lot from them on Vertigo. We didn't get a chance to. By the time they were actually throwing rifle rounds into the hat, it was the end of the game, essentially. It was 15-9. Credit where credit's due. They were able to pick up some rounds from there. It wasn't like it was a blowout. But now we're starting to see more of what Entropiq Prague are made out of. Molly on the corner, but it doesn't stop Lecker from going in for the peek. He doesn't commit, but still gets a good bit of information as the smoke's missed on the half wall. Alongside that, SBT's taking a beating in the early stages. Now they want to convert into bracket. Hones does not look to contend. He just holds back. They go into this double pit setup once more, but Quartz this time around on balcony. Falls away, though, as the smokes bloom in. Gonna have to use their utility well because they're not gonna have time for a retake. You gotta hold, you gotta stay alive in pit, and they're not gonna let you do it easily. Smokes come through, but Quartz answers with the opening pick. Still, keeping their lives, it's so very important for them to do this. It's a 4-on-3, and they're all trapped into the site right now. It's a two-prong and a retake, sure, but without any post-plan angles that are usually strong on this map, things get a bit more difficult as Quartz peeks out for a double. And he's not done there, even wanting a third. He delivers it. Sixer and a 1-on-4. Answers with one, but that's all she wrote. A quad kill again for one of these Entropiq members, and a 5th round instantly goes their way. Like, Entropiq Prague are playing this so goddamn well. There's so many games and teams you look to on their Inferno, and they're just taking 1v1 fights left, right, center. That pit player swinging out, trying to level players out, get kills. That new box player on B continues to swing and give away frags. But that's not what Entropiq do. They play their lives. They give time for rotations. It is a 2-men stack in pit, and they're alive for the entire round. The only time they take a casualty is when Sixer is LMS in a 1-on-4. And Entropiq Prague are just doing so well at playing their life in that facet. And now things get worse as the off brought out onto Morisco, trying to get the Furious smoke pick. But only attack goes back and forth, pretty much equal, not anymore as Lecker falls. That's a big demon to deal with. AJT now wants to pressure as well. Wozniak gets traded out, but that's all she wrote for Morisco. The B site ripped wide open, and Hones is left in an unwinnable 1-on-4. It looks like Ambush are finally getting ready to turn this ship around. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the exact start we saw on Vertigo. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was 5-0, 5-1, and then 7-1. But I wonder if Hones decides to do anything here. I mean, look, you could take guns out of hands, continue to worsen the economy of Ambush, make them go for rebuys. The timing's going to be everything for him here, as he's now stuck in brown halls. Throws away his gun, and David Duvak catches him with a USPL. Probably looking to get that AK, yeah. He's like, what are you looking at? Well, oh well. Is this the start to something from Ambush? Because it very well could be. Against them is, surprisingly enough, a very weakened buy with AJT wielding an MP9. You've got the op-out, but where's Hones' gun? Okay, he's got a FAMAS. I'm gonna say, there's no way he walks into this round with like a pistol. Throwing the Furious smoke back in, they're gonna start to sell in that this offer is going to be a consistent threat here. Peeking around the smoke, though, it's a quick 2K once again answered. But Sun assists in the killing of Wozniak with the Molotov. AJT just punches it in. 3-on-5, still knowing 2 are towards the A side. If they tab though into the scoreboard, they know that, but they still care to challenge it with Sixer winning the op duel on a Morisco. Things turn for the worse as it's left to Quirts and many pennies played here so many times, but they get to give him the peaks, and he sprays down 2. He's not gotten all of them, but he still made a case for Hones to try to go in on this one. Finding all sorts of goodies over on Banana. Utility, weaponry, kit, the whole 9 yards as he looks to make his way back into the A side here. Only a smoke left for the utility arsenal of Ambush. As they tuck in and hope for the worst, or rather prepare for the worst, they hope for the best. SBT jiggling around in pit. I actually am not too sure if he spotted out Hones, but taking a gander over at what Ambush are doing here to set up a crossfire. It looks like they have, both posting in on lane. And maybe his goal is just going to try to be to shut down a save-in from Pip, but as we see him backing away in Banana, not getting anything to get back into that retake, it's a second round forfeited up. And Entropiq Prague are now going to end up going on to a save where we can start to see Ambush come up to a tie game. Well, at least Ambush are starting to wake up here on this T side. But I also, again, I just want to, like, applaud. This aggression is so good. Like, this is how you do aggression. You buddy system up. You trade players out. You throw in flashes for each other. And it's entertaining Counter-Strike to watch. Beautifully done by Ambush, and Entropiq Prague maybe a bit stumbled for answers in the past couple of rounds, now just going for a gamble stack over a B. Now trying to work up picks. Wozniak will be first to take contact onto the top. Orange's player, a double dink on that P250 may demand some respect. It's a full stack and for both teams. And now how is this going to be answered with Quartz not cleared out on flower pots? He should be good for a bare minimum 1. Will he get good for more? Potentially so, as he drops into CT, has some safe haven, finding trades, or maybe not. I thought that was certainly going to be a kill coming back, but missing all the shots through the smoke. Quartz has got nothing left to say. Ambush Esports, they take themselves a third. Now the odds once again trickle back into the favor of Ambush, who are woken up on this T side and don't look to slow down anytime soon. Util comes up mid as they look to go quickly into brackets. Not clearing out lane though. Morisco's going to double down on the A4. The extra bullets proved to be big for 1. Sixer, though, right back at you with a quick 2K. The A side almost ripped wide open, and Quartz is still here. Nate goes into pit as he once again tucks in Mini. Sun clears the angle, gets the kill on a very thin margin, but again, Ambush find themselves with the advantage. Sixer now left to try to do more with this. AWP is single-handedly accountable for Arch, but Entropiq Prague don't even consider going for this one. They just call it a save once more, knowing they're going into an eco on the next round. You might as well try to work with these weapons again. But Ambush now wielding their 4th in succession shouldn't be bad for a 5th. that is such a clean way to bring that round back. That was technically a 3-on-5. They don't even bother clearing out lane, and Morisco really takes it to him to get 2, but after that, I mean, the Molotov perfectly pins him in. Sixer perfectly works the 1v1s. And then they don't even care to go for the retake. Usually Entropiq Prague were so good at playing their life. It's the opposite in that round. And Lecker has gone silent. I mean, it was what, the fourth or fifth round, and he had that 11 kill margin. Since then, it's just kind of been him getting decimated. And now Ambush, they have a very easy going of themselves to try to convert into another round. 2 M4s over at B, and this is the part of the map that's going to be tested. So much utility range through, and look at SPT and Wazink. Even though there's no more HEs and Mollies to pester in towards Banana, they've already done all the hard work. They have a Duvek, though, spots the shoulder of the man in Apps. And Sun's gone good for 1, still expecting an extra man to be over on this B site. Somebody needs to start delivering kills, though, from the CT side. Damage isn't everything. We're seeing that unfold in a very massive way right now. The good news is that the kill they were able to find wasn't a low HP member. It's one of the players you got to worry about, Sun, who has been laser sharp this game so far. I love this play from AJT. He creeps and crawls his way up through a smoke. 6 are now found. And again, that's not one of the low players. So now this health will start to play a factor as Devaduvex traded it out for a 3-on-2. Quartz may have just slipped the net for an easy kill here. Here's the running man of SPT who doesn't actually hard clear arch. The Deagle shots missed as he needs to get into that site. Oh my god! That might be the biggest ball drop we've seen so far this series. Devaduvex spots in a lane, picks up another headshot, and he's a hero this round. It's up to AJT. You're going onto a buy into the next round. I don't even think calling it a save is that much worthwhile, but he sees something I don't as he forfeits back into alt middle. Ambush have tied this game up in the blink of an eye. 5-0 start, completely dissipated as this half has taken a big turn. Entropiq Prague wondering, where did our lead go to? Where did all of these super strong defenses dissipate to? Because since that, it has really just been unanswered kills, unanswered rounds. And lackluster buys right behind it. Now they finally call a timeout because things are once again starting to get out of hand as they go into another very impactful rifle round. This could be the round that breaks the ice. Would give Ambush a 7-5 lead, essentially, depending on what they do or don't save into the next. That's also considering they lose. They win, though, and obviously you're still going against investments, but maybe they can use it to start to take back some ground, some lost ground, in fact. Well, now as the timeout fades, this strat is about to be going in. What do they have up their sleeves here? They've got the op online, but Morisco's been very quiet with it. Well, flash up into bracket and Ambush don't slow it down whatsoever. It even looks like they're going to pop their way up through that smoke, taking some damage to the shrapnel, but now kills answered back for Entropiq Prague, who find themselves in a 3-on-5. Again, though, it's Sixer to try to crawl them out of the deficit. On the cross, AJT almost falls, but they're still going to push him down. The smoke comes through. Into the site they go. The nade comes over, and he's caught. 3-on-3, and even going deep into CT spawn, Morisco is going to be heard. Sixer tries to take the fight. Won't win it just yet, one way or the other, but now another kill comes through, traded out by Sun once again. And it's a 2-op defense. Bomb going to go down. This smoke will fade, but Sun is posted on this cross in CT. Sixer wants to peek it in, too. He wants to take the initiative here. Smoke going to be jump thrown, and info is given. Flash comes wide, and now both of them spotted. As they continue to play around this one, Sun. Rather, no, it is just Sun in a 1-on-2. Hearing them both come through into the back lanes. He's got a lot on his shoulders right now. Finds the first, drops back in a pit. No, continues the spray. But one bullet not connected means Entropiq Prague are back to a 1 round. And that almost looked like he had it. I thought he was going to take the kill, drop back to pit, play the 1v1 from there. But oh my god. One of the closest sprays we've seen this series, but it wounds out in Entropiq Prague's favor. Once again, wielding a lead, but who knows for how long, as the investment coming back is going to be a bit worse. But, I mean, I also want to put some of this onto Morisco's shoulders, because the op on Inferno can be such a deadly weapon, because, like, the amount of fluidity you can pull out of the hat with that gun is actually miraculous on that map. You can cause so many problems for a T-side with that gun in its own. But he's just always been towards A, been playing passive, not really trying to work aggressive opening picks, going in for re-peeks that are a bit risky. Now sitting in the Molotov, he just decides to pop a shot through the broken wall. It'll connect for some damage, but no dice in the kill feed as it's a 2-2 defense. Wanting to pressure into the B site. This is more of what we needed to see from Morisco. Trying to work with the op, though the front side smoke could completely isolate him from his teammate. But he does not really care. Staying around it, staying very mobile. Now ahead, spotted. SBT misses his opportunity to strike, so he dumps in an aid. Hones won't peek out just yet, but considers dropping in the smoke as a flash comes through. They've still yet to pull a rotation. Now trying to bait out an op shot. The barrel is spotted. Devaduvac toying with Morisco and his weaponry. Smoke comes over. Devaduvac shoulder caught, and that was the other smoke they needed. That one was going to go towards CT as now they tuck into the back of the bomb site. SBT is going to continue to try to work this A site, knowing there's a man in pit. Smoke is deployed, but he definitely isn't going to expect Quirtler. Maybe he is. That's huge. Knowing where the last remaining man is. 20 seconds to go, and he can't get the kill. But he certainly opened up a door for Ambush to get into this A site. Bomb could potentially be planted if they can find this kill before too soon. Sun, though, going to get spotted on the cross, and Sixers a bit too late. 1-on-3, bro. You don't have time to get this bomb down. He had to just go up, and he plays it too slowly. Entropiq Prague walk away with 7. But still not forcing an eco out of the hands of Ambush just yet. And this is so close too. I mean, SBT, I absolutely love the call. Nothing was going their way in B. They knew the op was there. They took a gamble, and he even walks up to find the opening pick over in mini pit. I just wish maybe he sits in mini pit for a bit longer, waits for assistance to come through. Because with him falling, it causes a lot of question marks for Ambush. We don't know where that last remaining player is. Could have moved the site, could have been in pit, but that's a big opener to find. Taking down Quartz and spotting a second. Has once again opened up a window. This time it's not even while they're in the deficit, it's while they're in the driver's seat. The remaining 2 players are spotted out on the site as SBT continues for these kills. Morisco, only one who can answer back, and the no-scope's connected for 1. But look at SBT, man. Ripping lives away from Entropiq Prague, instantly calling it a save. 45 seconds is all it takes for Ambush to lock him into the round. Well, now, I was wondering if Ambush were going to contemplate going for these exit kills, trying to find the remaining 2 players, but they can probably rest assured knowing that that op isn't saved. It's a big weapon to not have to deal with, even though Morisco hasn't been doing that great. I mean, I'm not going to pull any punches. Still, just having it on the board creates some uncertainty for Ambush, because I will say he has been changing around the sites that he goes to. Hasn't been getting too aggressive with it, but you've always got to show that weapon respect, because the second you don't, it'll just single-handedly shut you down. But Ambush now want to maybe get themselves a 7th round, if not walk away with a lead. Definitely could if you're able to convert here, as the money will be pretty much depleted. Entropiq Prague, they'll call another timeout. Well, taking a deeper dive into the statistics of these 2 teams, I've discovered that the next side is not going to be that great from Entropiq Prague. And by the next side, I mean next half, because Ambush, most of their rounds come on the defense, and the least of them come from Entropiq Prague's T side. Both are very CT-heavy teams. However, Ambush getting away with 6 rounds at bare minimum is definitely more than Entropiq Prague can comfortably allow. But again, I mean, it's just non-stop aggression from Ambush, who show absolutely no respect to the actual hold of Entropiq Prague. Regardless of if openers are found, they'll do it again and again and again until it works. And most of the time it does. But AJT changing something up, flashes his way into Broom. And Sun does not decide to pee through, just jumps in the nade, deals some damage. But here's the op post down the corner, now smoked off. Morisco, does he fire a shot through? He will. Now alarms them of the preceding fate that could approach them. But Quartz and Hones, they have to be on high alert because the past few rounds, they have been hard cleared in these pit angles. Morisco spotted him on the cross. He hasn't. And he swings out into Wazink's arms, even finding another Rasan over at B. AJT spotted as well. Nade bounces deep onto this pit player in Quartz. Is another one going to come through? It doesn't look so just yet. AJT's traded it out. So in they come to the B site, the crunch to be in full effect. And AJT has to swing through and get another kill here on the board here shortly. Peeking into the wood wall, he finds another one. Sixer against him. You can't peek through just yet. This is the way to get back into the round. Up through the smoke to P250's got him leveled out. Quartz, LMS over on the A site. And they're not going to give him the benefit of a doubt. They're going to get this bomb down. And either force him to play a 1v3 retake or just force him to keep his M4 in with a save. And this might just unwind to be another half where Ambush walk away with a lead. We remember on Vertigo where it was 9-6. Could be 8-7 here. I mean, we can talk statistics all day. Doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things because there's all just a ton of factors that come into whether a team can win a round or not. And you look at that CT side statistic of Ambush, 72% of their rounds, yeah, but in the past 3 months, I believe they played this map 3 times. Once was against Anonimo, and I believe it was a loss, 1916. The other 2 weren't anything to note. Like, they were no-namers. It's like, of course, you're going to expect Ambush with the experience they have to take those games. So I'd like to say it's somewhat of a false statistic. Actually, no, I'm thinking of Vertigo. There hasn't, like, been much good stuff from them on Inferno at all recently when it comes to just nameable teams. The only, maybe I'd say high-level opponent they've gone against was Nexus, and still that was close, 22-19, but they're making a different beast out of this one, or maybe not. AJT shows no care as he sprints down Banana. That could have been a mowdown for Sun, but it's now the inverse. As they're forced to make some aggression work into the A site, Quartz has the angle to get the shot off onto SBT, and it should be an 8-7 half, but probably not in Ambush's favor past this mark. We've seen them bring back some incredible margins, but a 3-on-5 seems a bit out of the picture. Entropiq Prague, this is another spot where they're just going to play it really well. Lecker jump spotting over a P, doesn't give anything up. Got a quick rotation from EJT if things look to go haywire. You don't even have 1v1s being given apart if you're Entropiq. Probably the slowest round we've seen from Ambush this whole half, and even though X6er doesn't fall, he's walking away with a dink on his shoulders. The smoke expires, forcing that pit player into the open. Quartz will get taken down, but at the back of the site, you've still got 2 more defenders with a crossfire deeply established. Sixer in a 1-on-3, probably got nothing back to answer with. The op is masterful at opening up 1v1s, but you just can't counter that. Jumps in, gets the peek, gets the frag, and gets Entropiq in 8th. And a lead to work with going to the second half, but how well will it help them? Well, oh well. Pistol round could start to dictate the pace of this game. And I'd honestly like to say, or go as far as whoever takes it might just win it. Right? Entropiq Prague, I know they do have a 1-round lead to work with, but if they drop this pistol, then I don't think that's going to stand for very much longer. And now holding the line, deadlock is pressured. You can see how pressured he is just as he has to reload the USP. There's 3 members here for the CT side, but not a kill has yet come through. deadlock, man, you've got to hit something. And he'll get one, but it's a very, very unanswered 1 kill. Wazink tries to keep this one even and honest in the 3-on-2, though. Sun now dinked up is just going to get pushed down. All up to him is now being heard. The knife's pulled out. AJT gets the kill, and Entropiq Prague may just mount a bit of a lead. And surprising to see how hard that Ambush fall in that round, considering they have a 3-man stack at B. Even a 4th comes down middle to try to crunch in with them, but deadlock, a very rare miss we've seen. Sun tries to take a lucky scout shot in the middle, but blinded off of the angle. There's not really much you can do there. That one's ballsy. Hoping that he could luckily connect the headshot. Just won't land it, though. And now Entropiq Prague look to go back up towards the B site. Car is pretty much open right now. Ambush are vacated. Without a lot of utility, you can't really hold on to it. But still, Ambush playing this one patiently. Well, obviously, you don't want to go for these aggressive plays till the rifles come out. But I like this from Entropiq Prague as well. A lot of teams in this stage will just try to gun it up to a site, see if they can't get something done. Luckily, find a couple of kills, whatnot. But that's the exact way to lose a round like this. You just got to work out information, and that smoke coming through on B is going to change up their mind. Gambling on the rotation, or no? Sun's just moving around towards library. 30 seconds left, though, and these pit players could be the undoing of them. Molotovs come in, and what are they going to do right now? I mean, the bomb is all the way back in middle. Smoking up into Arch. The scout is tagged up Hones. And now they're going to go in for a crunch to the B site. Spotted in the corner. Wazink is taken down. And deadlock's about to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. From CT, they'll come through, but he tucks back into construction. No, he commits to the fight. He's just got to deny this plant, and they'd win the round at this point. deadlock was really the only hope in this round, but now as he gets taken down, that morale decreases, and Entropiq Prague have just guaranteed themselves a 10th on the force. So it will be a minute before we see Ambush bring out the rifles. The next one definitely won't be it. But they're going to be on one hell of a back burner at that point. You're going to be 4 rounds in the deficit. Entropiq Prague starting to inch their way to a finish. Going into Nuke could be doomsday for them. We come into this map expecting Ambush to close out the series 2-0. They start to become heavy favorites. Well, again, this probably not going to be much to talk about. One of these rounds. Ambush, though, still the favorites. I said coming into this game, you're going to have to see Entropiq give a really convincing answer and demand the favoritism back. Because a 4-round lead, while it is still a good lead to have, it's not enough to say that, right? We haven't seen what Ambush can accomplish with the rifles out. And Sixer on the CT side of Vertigo was a monster. He ended that game with 29 kills, I believe. Well, Suns actually started it off well with a P250 frag into alt middle. Hold on a second, because SBT's answered with another. 2 weapons now hit the pavement. And only one of the players who found a kill takes damage. Entropiq Prague still a bit split up on this one. That AK, though, not retrievable. It's up to 2 MAC-10s and an AK to win this back. At least you think an AK, but Morisco doesn't opt to recover that weapon just yet. In fact, they want to clear out the entirety of car before they do so, leaving only SBT on this B site. He'll just spot out and then call for rotations, which is exactly what's about to happen. Sprinting through, they know that they have to activate here shortly because you can't let time for these players to come back through. There's no util right now from Ambush, but there is still a really convincing man advantage wielded. Even tagging a couple of players up through the smoke. Hones just falling to 18 HP. deadlock wants to come in and finish the job. But as he just peppers in a couple of bullets, Hones is so pressured, he doesn't want to get that bomb down. Sun going for a flower pots boost, spotted him up. And 2 kills are answered right back with still a low member in the likes of Hones, who now gets fallen. Or actually, no, that's not the player who fell. Looking for this MAC-10 kill. Everybody starts to deliver and fire off. Ambush. Win a round with 2 Deagles and a P250. Winning that 8th is huge. They go into this next rifle round with a bit of an extra bonus with that AK-47. Devin Duvak, we've seen him on the MAC-10 before. Wouldn't be surprised if he just keeps it. Actually, no, he goes up to the Galil. And a tech pause is called. Maybe a desk slam. Oh my god. That's so huge, man. See if I can't get an update on what the tech pause is. Keyboard again. Okay. That's unfortunate. Second time the keyboard's had a malfunction for Lecker. And he's definitely quieted down. Like, remember, going into the 7th round of the game, he had 11 kills. Since then, 3. A measly 3. Considering we're about to have played 12 rounds since that point, that means he has got a 1.4 or a 0.25 KD since then. Wonder if we'll have another 3-minute ETA. 4 minutes max, okay. Gotta be edgy this time. Can't stick with 3. Come on, man. Unreliable keyboards, I tell you. I warned him. He should have definitely gone to extra fight. He definitely should have. Entropiq Prague, though, I feel like they might just start falling apart at the seams, though, with that round. It's about time we saw Ambush actually close out one of those eco rounds. And this is just going to be called a bonus from them. I don't even think you're going to see Sixer invest to an... Oh, well, you could, right? You definitely could. But do you want to bring it out here? The only reason I say that is because you've got cash built up to go for another investment in the next round. So let's say Sixer just buys like an M4, right? Comes down to a 1v1, a 2v2. You throw it over to a teammate. And then you just reinvest the op after that point, and you have better chances of success with it. But now, you don't have the best supporting cast around it. I could just be making a questionable thought there, but definitely think there's some strategy to not investing it yet. Sixer, though, looks like he's going to go for this late peek into middle. Boosted up onto his teammates' head. Morisco won't commit to the fight over in Mexi. That could have been an opening pick going either team's way, honestly. It depended on who saw each other first. Quartz moving his way up banana, hurrying the reload. He wants to take this first pick by storm. Wazink above the sandbags. They're both trying to shoot off at him. But they don't really have much utility. Maybe awaiting a flash to come through, trying to catch him out on the cross. Quartz delivers with 1, but Wazink's able to get away. And again, that's going to be a worthwhile trade because it's one of the better weapons, traded out for the less of the weaponry. And now you're about to walk into the opposites are over on the A site, posted up behind the smoke. He's ready for Morisco's push. SBT, though, a bit lackluster when it comes to the artillery with only a MAC-10. They try to smoke off arch, but do they have one for it? I think they do. Lecker dumps it in, a flashbang comes back in a banana, but it doesn't pop in time. So we're going to be into a retake. Still, though, the Sun looks to do some damage before this bomb can be allowed safe planting. They want to push that smoke, too. You could see it. With the movements they made, they were very close to doing so. But now, knowing one man is entrapped on the A site, they want to try to isolate this pick. Molly comes through, so he's stuck into the corner. It won't spread, unfortunately, for him. But now, with AJT giving his position up over in lane, all the info is fielded by Ambush, who still need to wield these kills. Sixer gives him too much time to find his, though. A 1v1 required of Sun. No smoke to go on that bomb. He's just got to get the frag. AJT holds his nerve, plays the time, and he's just won the round regardless of which way this pick goes. And it won't go his. 11-8. Ambush on the rebuy. Aren't going to get it done. And this is what I'm talking about. That's actually exactly what I was trying to make a point at. The supporting cast of weaponry is abysmal. SBT with the MAC-10, it's just not the weapon to get the job done in pit. And because of it, it leaves that all onto the retake. There's no weapons to be picked up. And because of it, again, now they've got to go to another save. Well, oh well. Sun trying to start things off strong with the MP9. He has been strong in the past couple of rounds. Just not good enough, apparently. I believe he's currently topping the board at 17 kills to his name. Wazink tries to get a couple of lucky bullets going through that smoke. He'll connect one. So Lecker got to back away for now. His 47 HP quickly depletes from his bar. I will say, Entropiq Prague don't have the most impressive set of utility, only fielding 2 smokes right now to get into either one of these sites. It's going to be a bit difficult when it comes down to retaking. 50 seconds to go. Again, Deadlock drops in this smoke. We saw it last time, and it actually single-handedly caused Entropiq Prague to change up their approach. Different story this time around is they're just going to wait it out, pulling for the rotation. Sun coming in on the MP9 with 35 seconds before the utilities being lined up. And even if Wazink found that kill, trade would have been right on the horizon, man. There was a perfect angle being held for it in the corner. It's all up to Deadlock at the back of the site. Missing the Deeg shot, though, solidifies Entropiq Prague in this round, meaning 12-8 is almost destined to be the score. Sun, though, doubling down, at least get some extra cash to work with going into the next. 5,500 buckarooskies. And SBT is about to have an SMG to work with as well, so it's about farming up some cash at this point. It's not about taking it away from Entropiq Prague. And I don't even... Oh, wow, hold on a second. Maybe it is about doing damage, but that AK is going to ease the worries of the investments in the next round by a whole lot. Even a dink comes through, man. You just can't stop Sun. He is incredible right now. With that AK now being spotted, Quartz has no intentions on going in for that pick. Still, though, 3 found in the end isn't too shabby for ambush, but we can't keep saying that for very much longer. Oh, you know, it's okay. They find 2 picks. They find 3 picks. They stop the bomb from going down. No, like, this is their map pick. You drop this rifle, and it's right back to Doomsday. Two for the price of 1. CT rounds are not a welcoming factor whatsoever. Well, spray goes down. Banana. Wazink's been quiet this game, and I thought he was going to be able to get the first, but no, just damage inflicted. 48 health. That'll go a bit lower as well as the nade bounces at the feet of Quartz. Won't find much damage, though, continuing to line up this utility. A couple of nades come back in from the T side. Oh, Quartz almost falls to his own HE. So much damage, though. Very easily could Ambush start to bring this one towards the finish line, at least in this round alone. The utility's taken a hefty beating. With, again, only 2 smokes left across this T side. Alongside that, it's nothing but flashes and a couple of mollies. So the initial site take might be a bit forgiving, but anything past that's going to be very demanding of them. And Wazink is really going to have to help out his teammate here because there's nothing to stop him from getting forced out by a Molotov. Picking up the first, now doubling down. Finishing his food as he triples up behind the flashbang. The reload comes through. Won't really matter, though. Deadlock doesn't check all his nooks and crannies, but it just leads to a Wazink 4K. All up to Quartz to deny the ace. And is he hungry for it? He may be. Coming through, op spotted, stolen away from Deadlock, but still. 4.5, good enough. Ambush, don't drop a single member there, and the money now has to be requiring a save of the Entropiq Prague team. Who once again call a timeout, if I'm not mistaken. That's their 3rd of the game. Only 1 left before they're out of them. And look at this from Wazink. He plays it so well. Gets the first. The call's made a bit late. Lucky on the 3rd, but still. Even though Lecker slips the net, he's still weary for that 4K. And it's a big time to pick up a round like that because when it gets to the latter stages of this game, it comes down to money a lot of the time. So, being able to build up an account for yourselves is going to be very convincing. Another shutdown round, and they may have buys for the remainder of this game. No, it seems like this is a force buy coming through from Entropiq Prague. I don't know if I like this. 1 MAC-10, pistols surround it, but Wozink's already been dinked down through that smoke, and they know about it too. You'll hear the dink from across the map for all the game cares. It'll still give you that info. Nade goes into Banana as a flashbang comes back up. Footsteps being heard pitter-pattering around the angles as nades go both ways. deadlock doesn't answer, and Wozink tries to find players burning alive, and the Molotov Hones falls. That's the only gun they had gone, but still with a respectable amount of damage onto Wozink. It's not unwinnable. "50 seconds left. Entropiq Prague want to convert into the A site. And this is the only spot where Entropiq Prague haven't found any tags previously, so they're going up against two well-beefed-up Ts. Sun probably going to take first contact. The smoke blooms in behind him, avoids the flashbang as well as they all come out. Quartz just found the one Deeg, and now SBT's got to play his life. A trade could lead to the end of this round. Jumping out, AJT's giving up another 1v1, and SBT's played it to perfection. A triple as the bomb goes down. Sure, that was the end goal, but still so much damage inflicted. 1 versus 2, though. And he misses his only chance to get back into the round. 3 players found, and I wonder if that'll cause Entropiq Prague to force back up again. I mean, Quartz has got some cash. You got the bomb down. You're looking at about 3 rounds lost bonus built up now. So they definitely could throw a half buy out of the table here and potentially steal a round away. SBT, again, just plays this so well. Holds the angle for the 1v1s. Continues to dance around the box. Just can't really trade it out, can you? Just goes to show the importance of playing your life in pit. Of course, the only one with an investment here around it. It's just a couple of pistols. Though I like what Morisco does here. Some people might question why he goes for a Glock and armor. It's just to try to, you know, if Quartz falls with the AK, you're right behind him, you pick it back up, and you keep its reign going. That's exactly what happens. The first pick found by Sixers AWP. It was very silent on Vertigo, as I said. So, it's good to already see him getting a bit more confident with it. A bit more aggressive, over peeking. Still walking away with picks, though. Oh, and look at Wozink. He's taking this one the distance. This time, ambush spotting nothing. Walk all the way down Banana. Lecker, this should be an easy kill found. Oh, my God, go for the knife. Do it, do it, do it. Oh, what a coward. I wanted to see a knife kill, man. Damn. Well, Wozink still goes good for a double. In from T-Spawn, Hones is being held for by deadlock, who's about to drop the bomb. Leaves it all up to AJT, who can't find anything in a 1-on-5 ambush. Another convincing round where the economy starts to be built up. And the equalizing round is Ambush have once again swung the favoritism convincingly in their way. 1.3 to 3.1 says Pinnacle. Furious Smoke's going to come through, and Sixer comes through behind it. Now, Entropiq Prague have been forced to show some presence over at Banana, or it will be taken from them. Getting close. Quartz is close to the half ball, and nade bounces over. Actually, a double nade. Look at all the damage inflicted. You only need to connect 1 or 2 bullets, and deadlock locks it in. Opening pick without a scratch returned. That's one you take to the bank if you're ambush. With smirks on your faces, you may just be going good to tie up this game. The utility, again, it's just not been great from Entropiq Prague. In the early round, they've used up so much of it. 45 seconds have depleted from the clock, and they're left with 3 smokes, a flash, and a nade, and a full investment. And again, remember, if you don't get a bombed out right now, if you're Entropiq Prague, you're taking another save. It's 13-12, and you're starting to be put against the wall once again. Put through the ringer. Ambush have just read them like a T right now. But I will say, only 2 men stacked up at the B site. There is utility to keep them out for the time being. Spotted out by Devaduvek. The Molotov might just be a bit too late, and the first pick comes through. Devaduvek also falls. They keep overextending. Hones doubles down. This should have been a round where Entropiq Prague were getting taken out. A tie game given up to Ambush, but a heroic double opener saves their campaign, gets them to 13, and it's the most rounds we've seen from them as Ambush do not care to go for the retake. What is that overextension? I mean, Devaduvek commits to the fight, and look, I understand doing it. It's very easy to isolate 1v1s when you play like that line in Coffin, but the fact is, every time Entropiq Prague have come up to the B site, somebody's played there. Without failure, there's always been a member there for Ambush, so it's just going to be expected. They're going to hold for it because of how comfortable it seems that Ambush have been in that spot. Well, a couple of them fall, and 8 going into construction would have ended every single player, but I guess you walk away with 3 picks. It ain't the worst. Well, now needing to change up what's going around at Banana. Wazink wants to go up through the smoke. Peppers in a couple of bullets, and they've changed positions. Devaduvek full blind gets the first again. This time, though, Wazink wants to push at the distance. Could walk through to find a free kill on the... Oh, my God. What is going on? How does Wazink find them both? That is the craziest 2K I've ever seen. He sits in front of him and still comes away with the kill. Oh, man. And he's not stopping there. Walks all the way up. Catches AJT with his head turn. And it's all left to Hones in from X. He jumps up. Foot spotted. Wazink doesn't get the 4th, but oh, my Lord. Jesus, dude. That is monstrous from him. It's about time his luck ran out in the round 2. Hones. He was the only reason Entropiq Prague were in the previous, and he'd be the only reason Entropiq Prague can win this one now, as he's still looking to work these one-on-ones. And hold on a second, because he's gotten 2 of them without taking a scratch. Bomb recovered, Devaduvek pushed up, but the off angle gets the better of him. And they keep 3 players alive for a 12th. Again, Entropiq Prague should be sent to an eco, and now finally we'll be seeing a tie game. Couple of P2s, D. Really not much to go talking about in this round as the nade stack comes over on Banana. They want to go through it, and they've already eaten a bit of it. Oh, the damage comes in. Devaduvek and Wazink quickly make work of that one. Shouldn't be talking much more about this one. It'll be 13-13, about time. But past that, nothing but question marks as we have no idea the unfolding events past it. But the money is starting to get out of hand. 2 squeaky clean rounds. Actually, no, not 2, but 3 in the past 4 rounds. Ambush have survived with 4 or 5 players. It's been really good from them. And that's why you see Sixer on $1,200. SPT not far behind. Everybody with cash built up is the moral of the story. And it's another buy from Entropiq Prague. No surprise there, but still praying that something starts to convincingly go their direction. The smokes at Banana have not been enough, and now hearing the tags, Devaduvek wants to once again find the opening pick, but it's them getting opening picked upon. Nade should be good for the kill, so we're traded back out with damage favoring the likes of Ambush atop the logs. Devaduvek, I almost thought he had that one tap. Rotation's been pulled. It's not Sixer, but it's still Sun who has been lights out this game. Devaduvek up through the Molotov is heard ticking away inside of it. And it doesn't look like Ambush, or rather Entropiq Prague, have any indication of going that way. Creeping up to the A site. Sixer's got the angle in from the cubby. Not clearing it, though. He's going to try to pick off these one-on-ones. Drops in the smoke, but he shouldn't be alive for much longer. Flash comes through. They're trying to spam him down. How is he still alive? What is going on? He's on top of his head. Oh, my Lord. 2-on-3 as it's all up to SPT in the middle of the site. There's a man on top of balcony, but he continues to try to isolate these picks and leaves it all up to deadlock. Low HP from the B site. And he can't get anything else done. Entropiq Prague once again snag a lead away. Oh, man. Oh, man. Some of these rounds come down to so close margins. If Sixer ends up re-peeking there and isolates 1v1s instead of tucking back into the cubby, maybe, just maybe, you see Ambush come away with that round. Sixer holding a bit of an off angle over at middle, fires a pop shot off as the flashbangs coming in full effect. I don't think Entropiq Prague have any intention to slow this one down. Both players on the A side are pretty much firmly cemented here. Around the smoke lies Hecker and Hones though. Wazink, this ain't the play, my friend. The spam doesn't connect. And the crunch could be in full effect here shortly, trying to catch a spam on the cross as Wazink falls away. They're gonna be able to slip this gap in CT. Wait, son. Oh my god, look to your right, turn around. There's two players here and he has no idea about it. He could have single-handedly won them the round. But now this might just be a free kill from Entropiq Prague. They know a man's here. He turns to look at son. And as the knife is pulled out, Lecter takes the freebie kill. Still 2 on the A defense, but no answers are being delivered back. Ambush, is this where they crumble? Sixer on the site, all by his lonesome. Mono in mono, given over to him twice now as he continues to dance around. Sixer gets a third, jumps up for a fourth. He may have just done it. Ambush, what is that play? 4 even looking for 5 is coming through from Arch. Hones wants to deny the ace. deadlock rotated and he's fallen. A 1v3 is going to need to be pulled back. But now spotted through. Wazink's found the kill. What is that round from Sixer? Ambush again on the tie. And denying a bomb plant means we will once again see a save. Entropiq Prague, they had it in the bag. It's a 5-on-3. They know Sixer's the only man on the site. But one miss, and he takes it a mile. Oh, man, what a play on the op from him. That was electrifying. And I believe he even catches the no-scope on the third. The fact that he's able to get away there is incredible, but still is able to work these picks. Oh, it's even better reliving it the second time. Again, it's just going to be Glocks and P250s. Oh boy, we're going the distance regardless of who comes out on top, but I could not be more happy. Inferno always does this. Well, oh well, they go for the investment nonetheless. Do not want to play for an overtime contention. They want to end it, or rather take it right here and now. Sixer, though, who's on a hot streak with the op, is still over on this A site, and you're going to have to go through him if you want to find success. Trying to go into Arch. The P comes through, and Sun delivers with 2. You can't go back on the force buy. You can't call it a mulligan here. You've just got to make it work with the L you've taken. Nade comes into mid. Look at the kills coming through. Sixer takes down AJT and leaves it to Morisco and Quartz. Khalil and a Deagle against the world. And now jumping out of the apartments. Oh, no, that's his teammate. I don't know why I looked and thought that was... I thought actually it was like Quartz or Morisco. Just jumping out, giving it up. 50 seconds, though, and again, you got to make this work. Amali comes through. That's their last bit of utility. deadlock not going to completely forfeit up car control on that one. And Sixer now posted on the cross. Probably going to end this round again the way he did in the previous. Morisco swings through the shoulder, spotted, but I'm surprised to see Sixer actually fire off that shot. Usually more disciplined he is. In the scope and pit, Morisco only good for 1 trade. It's up to Quartz 1-on-3, and he at least delivers a kill and potentially a bomb plant, which is pretty much required at this stage. Tapping away, though. He wants to go for the win, and he may find it. Headshot connected onto Wazink. Doesn't stake the plant just yet. 10 seconds to go as he thinks deadlock's coming around from lane, but he's been bamboozled. In from library, it's free. No plant, no clutch, no dice. Ambush on match point. about 2 to 3K a player. The odds could not go more one-sided at this stage. 1 to 6. An ambush may have just cracked the code on this Entropiq Prague offense. 1 AK, 2 MAC-10s, 2 Tech-9s. What can you possibly hope for in this round? And Sixer, again, he wants to try to take this opening pick over in middle, walking through the Mexi Molly. And he'll have to go through another to get up into brackets. Again, they want to go fast into the A site. Some form of comfortability there. Flash goes up. Natives responded with damage inflicted as they all want to be playing passive here. The pistols can get the better of you if you're not ready for those fast plays to come through. A lot of utility has been used up from Entropiq Prague thus far already, though. They're going to be heard pitter-pattering around this smoke. The blast comes through. The trades aren't delivered, and it's a 2K from him. In the corner, Wazing. His double down. deadlock just got to play his life, give time for rotations. The only way they lose this round is if he falls, and he might not. Jumping around, AJT can't connect on the jumping shot on the MAC-10. deadlock spray isn't good enough for another, though. 54 seconds. Quartz is already almost decimated in this one. The bomb going to go down, so it, in a majority, falls into the part of what Lecker can get done. Coming through CT. Quartz is now tucked into tree, but there's the kill you needed to worry about. Quartz again in a 1-on-3, but SPT is ready for the pick to come through. And Ambush Esports take it 16-14. And as the underdogs at 2-0 stomping will allow them to be one of our first 1-0 teams in the regional Swiss stage. That was a banger of a match, though, bro. You couldn't ask for it to get closer. Inferno always delivers with 30-round affairs, and I'm not surprised to see it happen again. I've actually come to find out the Inferno curse trumps the caster curse, so that's a fun little fact to know. But is it set in stone? Ambush, they have now shown a good reason to wonder why they're in the regional Swiss. They're definitely going to go far. I'll tell you that right now. Easily one of my confirmations, my locks for playoffs, and that round from Sixer. From that point, I kind of just knew the game was going to be over. When he activated on the op, when he started to show up on that weapon, I knew it was curtains. And he is usually the player you expect to show up from Ambush, which he did tenfold today. And I actually just think, in the end, it was more individual success from Ambush that wins them that round. We'll take a quick look at the bracket as I talk about this a bit more. But look, when you come to an Ambush game, usually it's Sixer showing up. Maybe somebody else chops the scoreboard with them, but for the most part, it is usually just him, and then even kills around like 15, 14 mark below that. For Entropiq Prague, the only man really showing up was like AJT. And then Lecker was showing up at the beginning of map 2. When he stopped firing off on all cylinders, you saw they were able to start to creep away back at that lead, but there's not really too much to say about it. It's a really good result for Ambush to try to continue their path on in this group stage, but we're going to be taking a bit of an extended break before we go into our final best of the 3. It's the unproven Sampy going against Kova to see what they can get done, so stick around.
probably to come in now toward B. It is Sydney, the aforementioned Sydney, on the balcony on the B site. He's the only one here for the B defense right now, but now he will be joined by the short player, just leaving Prism in window. He'll be falling all the way back, though. And they'll play the site, though, so that's better. I think he's playing on the pallet as well. You can see that number 6 playing on that pallet. And I'll fall away as the nades come in toward mid. Short could be the idea, and that might make him fall back toward bench, and it will do just that. That is Exus. 2 players on B. There's a third rotating in here. While he's coming in, that will force Sydney away. He does. Oh, I say he gets one. He does, inadvertently. Lara takes him down, but takes Linus in the process. Now Prism needs to help out his teammates. Gets one, because aTTaX has taken Exus down. Should be easier. Lava takes another, but he's 1 point of health, and the timing is not good. Now it's a 1v1. But Groovy was a long way away in the meantime. Will get the bomb down with 6 seconds to go. 1 point of health. Lava will swing towards short. Does he know where he's coming from? I think he might have heard a footstep. Gonna have to choose to hold an angle, and in the end, it's not enough. Ruby makes it happen. 12 kills on the board for UNGENTIUM. We go on further. That round are very close indeed. In the end, Lava will feel a little bit hard done by that. He took Linus and Sydney in one go, but sometimes that's what happens. Does force Young Ninjas down to a half buy. They're going to have plenty of money for a buy in the next, so no reason to panic. They're going to have a buy at 14.30, and they've left a little bit of residual cash as well on Lava for a possible AWP. He will get the first pretty comfortably. ZTR will go down. Exus from Latherum easily will take aTTaX. Now they'll advance toward B with the final 3 remaining players. Sydney playing defensively, of course, and won't take any risks here. We just need Groovy and Prism to get a kill, and it will be a team ace. That's probably a bit of a long shot. Sydney gets one more. With the PT-50. Bomb plant is a huge success for them, I'd say. That's exactly what they wanted to do, and they got it. That gives them a little bit more extra cash for the future few rounds and the end of this game. Round 28 turns over, and we get to see how this one pans out. Matty and Exus, unfortunately, also not really been fragging very well for UNGENTIUM in this game, both on 9 kills. It's Groovy who has done the early heavy lifting. And Young Ninjas get themselves a couple of map points. So are we going to a 14-all game with Young Ninjas on a poor buy? It's going to be very close indeed, I imagine. ZTR toward mid. There might be a little bit of a gap in that left-hand corner of the smoke, but for now, nothing spotted. Matty toward the balcony on B. There's a swing that comes in here without a flashbang. You would expect him to get that kill. Incendiary won't spread to ZTR because he's on that ledge next to the window. He's still in position. 1 minute to go. Young Ninjas look desperate to swing. In comes the first pick, but unfortunately it's a crouch peek, and Rolf eats that bullet right in the head. ZTR's in a very powerful spot to hold for the rotations. They have to get some progress on the site. There's one, and there's two. Lava gets a second pick in. 3v3. X is still hiding bench down. I don't think Linus has any idea, and that's the bomb down as well. Linus not choosing to plant that, wants to clear out the site first. ZTR has to be the snake in the grass, and he makes it happen. They were still vaguely unaware of that possibility, and Lava's holding towards short for the rotation. Do they know where that bullet from Sydney came from? Now they do. Shoulder peek comes in from ZTR. Double swing will come in as well, and Lava's had himself around here. The stand-in for Fuzi. Of course, once again, critical 3k for him. Great stuff from Lava. First time we've really seen him step up today. And he stepped up at exactly the right time as well. 15-13. ZTR will have his position now toward the top of mid. Boxes are his. Rolf, in comes a flashbang. Oh, I tell you a lie, there's going to be no flashbang at all, and Rolf could have won this game for his team. Both kills toward Ram. And if ZTR wins this duel against the MP as well, this is basically game over. Big Swing comes in, hits a dink, but that's it, I'm afraid. Bomb's going to go down. Matty and Exus left, and these are the two players which unfortunately have been struggling quite significantly for UNGENTIUM in this map. Young Ninjas 2 kills away from making it 2-0. There's one tap from aTTaX, and there's a second as well. A tasty way to finish it for him. Very clean indeed from aTTaX. And it will be a 16-13 on map 2 for Young Ninjas. They win out the series 2-0 and go up 1-0 in the Pinnacle Winter Series regional stage. The 3rd edition of the Winter Series regional stage. So a deserved victory. They were the better team by far today. No shadow of a doubt. They deserved that one. Absolutely. And in a couple of minutes' time, we'll be able to show you the league standings as well after that victory. What I will say is that the next match coming up will be... Oh, shit, we've got the league standings in already. Lovely. Thank you, production. Appreciate it. Young Ninjas now 2nd place. It was Ultimate aTTaX who had the most impressive round difference so far in the early stages of this regional stage. So they'll be up 1-0. It'll be Young Ninjas who now slot into 2nd place after that victory. And coming up next... which won't be covered by me, I'm afraid. It will be covered by a casting colleague of mine. Will be Enterprise versus Esports Club Bruges, as I said earlier. So stick around for that one. That will be going live in around about 35 minutes, 40 minutes, something along those lines. So make sure you come back for that match. That should be probably one of the pick of the matches of the day, to be fair. But already, we've seen another result come through. I was just standing in for my cast today, standing in for a colleague of mine as well who couldn't make it today. So it's been a pleasure to cast this one. I hope you enjoyed it. You can follow me on Twitter by clicking the link below. Appreciate all the support in chat and all the nice comments. Thank you very much, guys. But for now, I'll probably see you in the main Swiss stage, and we'll go to a break, and we'll see you later for that next matchup. So cheers.